Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Despotzini, Sir Kells, Squigs, Slice the Elder, Food Evening, Average Human 1, Cool Doge, Fosty254, Shrek Militaire 2018. Hello, hello, welcome one and all. It would be sick if the background emojis were linked to chat somehow. You know, you're right. You know, so the way that screen is actually showing the emojis, it's just a movie file. It's literally just like the, you know, a video file that I rendered from making some vector art and then, you know, whatever. Twitch does have APIs where you can like have it read chat and things like that. Obviously, like bots and stuff are built off of that. And you can do like web elements that you put on top. So conceivably, I could, on my personal website, make like some sort of thing that reads the API from Twitch, uses, you know, I don't know, maybe some JavaScript magic, and then makes the emotes that people type in chat somehow go across the screen. Such a thing is possible. Kind of a cool idea. Huh. I mean, it'd be a lot of work for, I don't know, it wouldn't really serve too much functional benefit, but it would be cute and fun. It might be a fun project. I don't know. That is kind of sick. And it's a way of making that screen interactive while I'm, you know, going to the bathroom, letting people come. I don't know. Kind of nice. Update on your Slay the Spire 1. Beat the heart with every character challenge. You're still on defect at Ascension 4. Hey, that's not too bad, Fosty254. I'm curious, what were the winning decks for Ironclad and Silent? Assuming you did them in order. I can't remember if you mentioned doing it in a different order for some reason, but I'd be curious what the first winning decks were, because I do think there's or what they looked like just at a very high level. Ironclad was Uber Strength. Nice. One must assume you had a Reaper. I kind of was thinking the most likely first clear for Ironclad would have been one that included like body slam barricade, you know, that whole package, and either exhaust or, you know, whatever that card is that doubles your block. The name escapes me. 2x Reapers and the Relic that double tapped the first card each turn. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, the Ironclad is a little bit different in Spire 2. Obviously I've spent a good amount of time with the Necrobinder in Defect. Played them on stream a handful of times. But the Ironclad, I just sort of like speed ran the Ascensions, you know, not super careful play, just like blasting through random sloppy losses, but mostly just like trying to play them quickly so I could get up to Ascension 10 and play a little more carefully. I feel like Ironclad in Spire 2 is weird, but I'm looking forward to exploring it. As someone who's played neither of the games, the Ironclad is the coolest looking one. I mean, he has a sword. He's a warrior. He's the last soldier of the Ironclads. He does have the unique starting relic at the end of combat, heal 6 HP, which gives him a little more like sustain. It's probably the most user-friendly starting character. So I think it's time to finally take the Ironclad for a spin. Okay. Arcane Scroll, Pomander, and Scroll Boxes. I don't think I've taken the Pomander yet. You know, upgrading a card feels just a little bit weaker than the other options. I mean, it's a little more acceptable, I think, for Ironclad because the Bash upgrade is just nice. Nah. All right, I see a route with a bunch of question marks, some nice campfires to get some upgrades, beef up the strength of the deck. I see what I think is probably the ideal path here. The Silent Wind was with poison? Yeah, that makes sense. Everyone stream on the Spire. It's Jover for Old Splurge. What does that even mean? Nah, I'm enjoying this game for now, so I'm going to keep playing it. I understand it's certainly less popular than the Battle Brothers streams. That's all right. I'm having a good time. Is he alive or dead? Has he thoughts within his head? Good questions. So yeah, we could do a random rare card. I'm curious. What do the rares look like? Would there be any big whiffs that we could get? 1-2 Punch would be a little less exciting as a starting rare card. Primal Force seems like a bad card, but probably fine to get as your, like, very first rare. What a weird card. What a weird card. You enjoy watching the Slay the Spire streams? Good. Good. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Also, I enjoyed your commentary on YouTube, Anoobjin. Pretty sure that was you. Had some nice, insightful comments on one of the past streams that I think they were good. Hellraiser would be obviously insane. Pyre would be pretty disappointing. But there's some pretty good hits here. Obviously, like Offering, there's just a lot of rares, right? A Feed right at the start would be pretty crazy. Pact's End would be difficult to use at first, but we could make it work shortly. That could be a pretty interesting option. Random rare card. Hadn't seen Hellraiser yet? That's a nutty card. Yes, especially because, so one of the things that I see as a genuinely kind of a problem with Ironclad and Spire 2 is that whenever you draw a card containing Strike, it is played against a random enemy. Now, maybe some of you have seen this before, but just in case you haven't. This Strike draws a card. If you have 2 of these, and you get your deck small enough, infinite damage. Infinite damage. And this is a common. So, anyway. You do need a couple of them, but let's see what happens if we get a random rare card. Okay, we got Brand. Brand, which is one that can play into many of the different ways we could build our deck here. Lose 1 HP, exhaust 1 card, gain 1 strength. Just a little smattering of everything. All right, sure. Okay, so if we do the Brand... Oh yeah, what does it upgrade to? Should check these things, I don't even know. Okay, 2 strength. So if we were to use the Brand, the strikes would go up to 7 damage. Still not going to be enough for this Corpse Slug. So I will Brand one of these away. I think that 1 strength, putting this Slug within range for 2 more strikes, is a good idea. Okay, so I'm not going to kill him quite yet. Intentionally going to leave him alive. Because we can full block this turn. And hopefully we can kill this guy next turn. Alright, so if we play the Bash then Strike, it's not going to be enough. Right? We'll do 9 and then 10. So if we play the Brand, it'll go to 10. Yeah, 10 and not enough. 10 and 12. Oof. Alright, I'm not going to use the Brand here because we're not going to need to. We'll save the 1 hit point. But take 11. Yikes. Rough fight. Rough first fight. Burning Pact, Grapple, Shrug It Off. Now, Burning Pact is a really good card in Spire 1. I don't know how good it is in Spire 2. A lot of these picks that I'm going to be making here are very uninformed. I don't know what I'm doing yet. Truly. I think Shrug It Off is one of those cards that is way overrated, but I still think it's the best of these cards at this moment, so. Early game seems much rougher on hit points than Slay the Spire 1. Yeah, I feel like the Ascension 10 experience is weird. It's a very different feeling from Slay the Spire 1, and I don't think in a good way, but it is, you know, still in early access. They're working out the kinks. All right, so whenever you add a card that gains a block to your deck, enchant it with Nimble 2. Lose 13 max HP. It feels like rerolling until you get a good run. Nah, I was able to get a 4 streak with Necrobinder. And I think as long as you play carefully and just get good seeds. Sorry. Healing after every combat seems powerful for the early game. It's, yeah, powerful for the late game as well. It's pretty hard to avoid damage completely. Yeah, I don't know. This Fresnel lens is pretty interesting. We'll try it. Whenever you add a card that gains block to your deck, enchant it with Nimble 2. Nimble 2, of course. Increasing the block gained by this card by 2. Could be good. The Sword of the Stone, despite the fact that Ironclad does like strength, and this relic, when you eventually get it, gives you +3 strength. This shit ain't worth it. Just give me the gold. Give me the gold. Alright, Shrug is a full block, and let's attack this Toadpole. And so if we play block, then we'll take 7. If we play all 3 strikes on him, we'll take 6. So I suppose that's just going to be the play. Unfortunately, Brand isn't here. If Brand were here, we'd be able to kill him within 2 strikes, still play the defend. But it's not. Bash strike kills? Yeah, so does 3 strikes. Right. It's 3 energy to the same path. 3 strikes is 18 damage. Bash strike is 17 damage. Three strikes loses more HP? Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. That was 2 more HP than we needed to lose. For no reason. Good call. Here I'm just gonna refrain from attacking. We're gonna have a bad turn coming up with the blocks, but I think we can get away with not attacking. And hopefully we'll be able to just kill without losing more hit points here. And we can. Blap. Alright, Taunt. Gain 9 block, apply 1 vulnerable. Sure. I think that's an alright card to add. Ashen Strike can be a good, you know, card for a deck that exhausts a bunch of stuff. But I think Taunt is a little more nice general purpose, and I like the enchantment that comes on it. I think our hit points are high enough. Let's upgrade something. And might just make it the Taunt. Could make it the Brand. We will want to play the Brand several times in the fight against the Lagavulin Matriarch. But at least for now, I'm going to upgrade the Taunt. Making it apply more vulnerable is pretty good. Upgrade 2 random cards or remove 1 card. Let's remove. Upgrading 2 random ones. Not looking too good right now. We'll just remove a strike. And here, I'm keen to upgrade the Brand. Let's have it giving us more strength. All right, enchant a strike or defend with Spiral. We'll give this defend spiral. It gets replay. That's usually what I pick there. War paint. Upgrading some defends. Well. And we can either upgrade shrug or this defend or bash. The deck's kind of low on damage overall. So I'm just gonna upgrade the bash. We've got a lot of, you know, vulnerable applying going on. Alright, so we're able to full block here. I'm gonna brand away the Ascender's Bane, which is gonna disappear anyway, but that way we can use the strike. I think that'll end up making this more likely to be a safe fight. Hopefully won't take any damage other than the brand. Okay, Flame Barrier's here. So is Stampede. Flame Barrier is a classic Ironclad card, a very good one. Not very good against the Lagavulin Matriarch. And that's, you know, a fight we care about and is upcoming. We will also be fighting an Elite. We are in the Underdogs. I think Flame Barrier is pretty good against the Underdogs Elites. Stampede is pretty nice. At the end of your turn, one random attack in your hand is played against a random enemy. Of course, that's better when you have higher value attacks than what we have. I'm gonna go with the Flame Barrier. I guess Molten Fist is here too. There is like one card that cares about the degree of vulnerability on the enemy. It does more damage per vulnerable, but that feels like a weird one to try to play around. But I like Flame Barrier. All right, let's play the upgraded defend, upgraded bash, take 3. May end up using a potion in this fight. I'm ready to. That wasn't a great turn for one. There's so much more multi-attack than Slay the Spire 1. I feel Flame Barrier often has great value. Yes, agreed. Okay. Let's shrug and see what we draw. Wow. All of the cards I don't want to use brand on. I mean, I don't have to play it, but the strength is nice. So I might just go Flame Barrier so we can actually do some damage. We'll full block here. I'd like to play the taunt, but... Hey, Slurgy, have you played Urtuk? I have not. So he's gonna do a big attack next turn, because that's just what he always does. Alright, found a Flame Barrier. Found our taunt. That's pretty good. So we'll reapply the vulnerable and make him hurt instead of us. So should I play the brand? And this could be a turn where we play the fire pot. I kind of think it is. He's not going to take any damage otherwise. We're limited to doing 20 damage to him per round. I think I'm not going to play the brand. Almost full blocking here. Only taking 2. He's still not dead. But hopefully this turn. Got him. Alright. Potion was replaced. Got a flex pot. Pendulum. Whenever you shuffle your draw pile, draw a card. Can be nice. Second Wind is here. Second Wind is a crazy good card for enabling infinites and other such things, which, as I mentioned previously, is often your end game game plan. So Second Wind exhausts all non-attack cards in your hand. Gain 7 block for each card exhausted. Besides just being a good block card, and one that goes well with card draw, it is also one that you can use to get rid of statuses, things like that the enemy puts into your deck, or that you put into your own deck, although, you know, Ironclad doesn't do that so much in Slay the Spire 2. But it's a way of trimming your deck down to something nice and thin. Okay. White Star is here. Defect is the new Ironclad. Defect is the new Ironclad. You think it could be a fun one to try? Not like you're missing games to play currently, but maybe down the line. Yeah, one of the things I was thinking about doing, actually, and I was going to pitch it in the Discord, there are a number of games, Urtuk isn't one of them, though it's tangential. There's a number of games that are very blatantly, specifically inspired by Battle Brothers. And they're very upfront about it. Gobs and Gods, Space Scum, and I think I've seen others. I'd be interested in trying those out, just to see how they are. So there is a close to infinite that we already have just from the cards in this shop that I'm seeing. And this is one of the things that I feel like is probably a problem with Spire 2. So, can anyone else piece together what I'm looking at, again, based on what we have so far in the deck and what's for sale here? We can get everything we need right here. Bloodletting, Vicious, and then yeah, so Bash alongside Taunt, right? Bash, Taunt, Bloodletting, Vicious, right? So we already have some degeneracy already, right? We can use Second Wind to get rid of all of our non-attacks. We can use the card remove to get rid of a strike. So then if we're able to thin down the deck, we're able to pull off that infinite. Bloodletting, when it upgrades, just gives more energy. Psycho Ling, hello, hello. And so I'm going to do that. So I'm going to pick up Bloodletting, Vicious, and do a card remove. Honorable mention for Havoc. You know, if you know what you're going to exhaust, this can be a reasonable option. Can we get 2 fires pre-boss? We cannot. Just 1. But we don't have to have a full infinite before the Lagavulin Matriarch. Not right now. That's okay. Hoping Slurgy plays well-known Battle Brothers clone Total War Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai. You know, I never did play the Shogun Total War games. Though, you know what I did play was, shoot, what was it called? I always forget. The Dawnless Days, which was a mod for Total War Attila that puts it in the context of Lord of the Rings. It's really well done. It's really good. If you like Attila Total War and you like Lord of the Rings, take it for a spin. It's pretty good. White Star, I think, is also a reasonable option that I could have picked up. And of course, White Star making it so that we could pick up the rares that enable some of the most degenerate things. Dark Embrace, Offering's just insane. Hellraiser. But I think we're good as is. Rohan campaign before the last update. God wasn't a challenge. Yeah. Yeah. Seriously. I subjugated Isengard. I gifted them a territory that wasn't Isengard, and then I subjugated them. I don't think that's how it was designed to be played, but it was very satisfying. So yeah, we're gonna upgrade something. I think I have enough hit points that the Lagavulin Matriarch shouldn't be a problem. I guess let's see what happens here. Vajra, very nice. Isn't that where they took the hobbits? That is where they took the hobbits. The hobbits are going to Isengard. The hobbits are going to Isengard. That's the one. So I think the upgrade that we need to do to pull off even the semi-infinite, which again is good enough, is we need to upgrade Vicious. to put Bloodletting and either Bash or Taunt back into the hand. And I think it's a pretty okay upgrade just to get more cards in our hand. I don't know. We like cards in hand. We like cards in hand. We get a few turns to set up here while the Lagavulin Matriarch is asleep and unaware. We'll probably end up using a Flex Pot. And we can bash her. She won't wake up. We will draw cards from this. Nice. So we could brand away the strike and I guess then have to use taunt. Can't use the second wind on the taunt. Happy to get rid of the strike. Alright, so now she's gonna wake up whether we attack her or not. So probably we'll just use the bash here on this turn. Considering whether I want to do it with a duplicator. And the reason is, if we find the second wind, then we can just win the fight right now. You know, it's a lot of damage either way. Didn't get there. But what we can do is still trim down. No, we got there. The fight's already over, if you can believe it. So we'll just use our second wind. And we've trimmed down the deck to 6 cards. And it's the only 6 cards we need for this entire fight. Again, this is why this this version of Chad needs some changes. So between Taunt, Bash, and Bloodletting, we'll have everything we need. We'll gain block, we'll do damage, we'll cycle back between the two, and Bloodletting will help keep our hit points, or keep the engine going, even though we're gonna cost us hit points to do it. Right, so we can just keep doing this. I wonder, actually, it'd probably be worth playing the brand. Probably should have done that to begin with. It's probably hit points, savings. It's probably true. Yeah, we're done with the second win and the defend. Okay, so we've got 6 cards in the deck at the moment. Play the brand on the defend. We'll pass the turn, let him just do 0 damage. May as well use that to gain our 3 energy back. We can do that a few times. A little bit silly. Alright, we'll let her whiff on us one more time. And there it is. Lagavulin Matriarch has fallen. This will be something we're going to see again during this day of playing Ironclad, is a deck whose strategy ends up degenerating into something kind of like this. So you would think that with this deck I'd want Cruelty, and I don't think Cruelty would be terrible. It would make what we just did faster, right? However, oh, you know, actually, I upgraded the Vicious, not thinking about relics. Actually, the Pendulum makes it so we don't need the draw 2. Just a draw 1 when we shuffle is sufficient. Still good to draw more cards with it, but Cruelty is a time save and health save, it is. But I think Impervious is the safer choice here overall. So I'm going to choose it. I think Impervious, for example, in like an opening hand, when the enemies attack for 1 billion, that's another big difference between Slay the Spire 1 and Slay the Spire 2. In addition to, you know, what Iowa was saying earlier about enemies seeming to have more multi-attacks, which I think is true. Enemies also seem to do a lot more damage on turn 1, not turn 2. Slay the Spire 2 has a lot of damage on turn 1. Slay the Spire 1 has a lot of damage on turn 2. A little bit of a inverse to their number sort of thing. All right, we have the Sandcastle, the Alchemical Coffer, and Touch of Orobas. How much do I care about any of these? Not that much. So Sandcastle, upon pickup, upgrades 6 random cards. I guess that's fine. Alchemical Coffer, gain 4 potion slots filled with random potions. I like that one. Touch of Orobas, replace the Burning Blood with the Black Blood. Yeah! Replacing the Burning Blood with Black Blood. Now in Spire 1, isn't Black Blood only 10 hit points in Spire 1? Is this number different? Or is this Mandela effect? I want to say in Spire 1, Black Blood is just 10 hit points. It's a pretty bad relic swap in Spire 1. But maybe it's good here, actually. It is 12 in Spire 1? Huh. Well. Okay, I see a few different branching paths, but I like the right side way better. I don't like this left side being locked in without any ability to deviate. Early shop, but no late shop. 4 elites. Not in love with that. Considering you have less max HP, you don't want to rest anyway. That's true. Did take away some max HP. Generally speaking, I really do like potion slots. I value that pretty highly. Because it's like a reserve of tools you can use for bosses and elites. Let's try Black Blood. I haven't tried it yet. If not now, then when, you know? Well, they're being mean to me. They're picking on me. And keep in mind, we don't have to do, you know, that infinite thing we just did against the Lagavulin Matriarch. We don't need to and won't do that in the hallway fights leading up to our end of act boss. There's no need to spend hit points like that or set up to that same degree. We can just kill him. Right, we've got enough damage, we don't need to do that. Anyway, so here... So I'm going to play the Taunt, and then maybe play the Second Wind, and I'm deciding what else to either play or get out of the hand. Right, so we'll heal between these two. We've got 21 healing here, and then 10, or healing, block. So we can play one of these cards if we wanted. If we played the Brand, we wouldn't be able to get rid of something. So I might just get rid of these, and I think that's fine. We can get rid of the Bloodletting and the Brand. We can play Taunt, Second Wind, Defend. Or maybe just Taunt, Second Wind. We let the Defend go. That's probably totally fine. And let's get this guy in the back. So we can do 26 to him. I might just do like that. We're impervious. And let's play the vicious. Got him. So now we just need to alternate between blocking and attacking for the Bullbug. And we don't need any of the other block cards, so I might just second wind him away. All we care about is taunt. Oh, I could have struck there. Huh. For some reason I don't know how to count. I don't think it will matter. Healed to full. All right, Inferno. So Inferno is different from the superficially equivalent card, Inspire 1. So this says, at the start of your turn, lose 1 HP. Whenever you lose HP on your turn, deal 6 damage to all enemies. Whenever you lose HP on your turn. Whenever. We have 2 cards that make us lose HP on our turn, between the Brand and the Bloodlighting. And we like playing both of them. And we're okay with taking little bits of extra damage to get us through fights. I like that quite a bit. Now there was Bully there, notably. That was the card I was talking about. Let me pull it back up. Where you deal additional damage for each vulnerable on the enemy. Could have considered grabbing that, but I actually think this will smooth out our whole experience a little better. Arachnid Acupuncture. We can remove 2 cards. Seems pretty good. Get rid of 2 strikes. The deck's already nice and thin. Shuriken? Shuriken. Nice. Whenever we play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain 1 strength. Okay, so let's taunt, do this doubled defend, and I suppose I'll play the Brand. Let's get rid of the defend. So Shrug and Flame Barrier seems pretty okay to play on this turn. Is there anything I don't want to draw into? I kind of want to play the Inferno. Let's see what we draw. Okay. So we'll make this guy hurt himself. Plop, 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 plop. My draw pile is empty. Honestly, probably can second win this away. I kind of wanted to play the Inferno, but I also don't want to take the big damage attacks. I think second winning this away is fine. And then just do a strike on the back one because we can kill him next turn. Not the best way to draw a deck. Generally speaking, you want your powers first, not your powers at the back. I'll have to have a stern, you know, give the shuffler a stern talking to. So a Flame Barrier and I guess taunt. Plop, plop, plop. My goodness. So we can strike here and then second wind. I guess. I suppose playing the defend is better, but I'd rather just not draw it. Yeah, nice draw, nerd. No kidding. Let's do... I might just bash second wind. We've still got... Yeah, we've still got the Impervious. He's dead anyway. Still going to heal to full. So despite how kind of awkward that was, heal up to full. I think this is going to be a skip. No need to add anything to the deck. Honorable mention for Iron Wave. I think Iron Wave is like... I've always liked Iron Wave. My favorite thing, and I have no real strong reason for this, but if you somehow have both Shuriken and Kunai, Iron Wave just feels so pleasant. But I think this is just going to be a skip. No need to add anything to the deck that doesn't contribute to the overall strategy. What is this? We don't want this. Why is this a shop? We don't care about any of these. You would think we could maybe take Tremble, but I don't see the point in taking Tremble when we have Taunt. Taunt is just Tremble, but better. It blocks. The Abacus is something that tends to go really well in a deck that has an infinite strategy that involves shuffling. Thunderclap is interesting. Thunderclap is interesting. Right, I mean, the nice thing about Thunderclap is that it's cheaper than the Bash. You think Tremble could use a small buff? It feels so bad. It does feel pretty bad. We do have the worms coming up, potentially. Right? I think it's okay to add one more attack to the deck, just in general. Hey, it's the worms. Inferno also solves AoE damage. So let's see. I'm thinking about doing Flame Barrier Inferno. I think just getting more damage more quickly is worthwhile. I'm not going to play the taunt and try to full block. You still can't full block, actually. Right? That would only block for 24, and they're attacking for, what, 12 plus 9 plus 7? So 16 plus 12, 28. So I'm just going to do Flame Barrier and Inferno. Plap. So if we do a Bloodletting, it'll do another big AoE plap. So I think I'm going to. And then probably just Second Wind. We don't need these cards anymore. We don't need to play the Vicious. Not in this fight. It's okay to not. So we can brand Thunderclap Impervious. Still doesn't quite full block. Impervious is false advertising. So let's see. Bloodletting Thunderclap doesn't quite kill, but it's very close, and then I guess it is lethal when we bash strike. It's only losing 3 HP. I suppose that's just what we do. Okay, Ashwater. Exhaust any number of cards in your hand. Chandelier at the start of your third turn, gain energy. I think this is the weakest of these. I think I'd rather just have energy on my first turn, and failing that, I guess the second. But we'll take energy on the third turn. This, I think, is a skip. No need for any of these. And we're not going to go to a shop anymore. Worthwhile to go to a campfire? I guess. There's still upgrades we'd like to do. Honestly, now that we added the Inferno, we'd like to upgrade that. It's not going to be good against the next elite we fight, but it'll be nice to have in the deck in general. I suppose we're only going to fight one more elite, so maybe I don't upgrade the Inferno for now. Maybe a better upgrade would be Bloodletting? Bloodletting, kind of an important upgrade. Not that many important upgrades left. What was this again? Yeah. Yeah, let's get more energy. A strawberry. Hey, look at that. More max HP. So Flame Barrier might be a nice upgrade, considering that one of the elites we could fight would be the Entomancer. Bee Lady. It'll make it do more damage if we can time that on our multi-attack. Alright, so let's do the Shrug and see what it draws. Alright, then Inferno defend. The Slumbering Beetle is just going to keep sleeping. At least for the moment. We'll keep him that way. We'll play the Vicious, then the Second Wind. Get rid of this stuff. Be gone, cards. Alright, let's taunt to draw more cards. And I think we taunt here. Nice. So let's Thunderclap. Clap. And then we can Bloodletting, Second Wind. And then we can just infinite combo him down from this point. So we'll focus all of our damage on the back there. We can end turn here. We don't need to play another Bloodletting. Might have even been able to do it one fewer Bloodletting. Skip. We don't need these. So let's fight another elite. Entomancer. B-Dude. So let's brand away a strike. And then play all the block cards. Too bad we didn't get our Flame Barrier on this turn. Took 1 damage. Disaster. So, need to get Inferno in play. And then maybe just defend. Not gonna play the Bash, I don't think. Yeah, not a good draw. I've had pretty bad draws. But that's okay. We've got some buffer in our current hit point pool. So we would like to have Flame Barrier in hand for the turn when he does his multi-attack. So let's do Vicious. Let's Shrug first, and then Thunderclap. I guess just end turn. When we draw our draw pile, we will draw an extra card. Alright, got Flame Barrier. Could Flame Barrier and then just defend. It'll be 28. Which is like, you know, full block if you squint, but don't think about it too much. It's full block if the number that the enemy we're attacking with were lower. Okay, gonna draw an extra card from shuffling. And we're getting pretty close to wanting to actually attack here. Still gonna brand to gain more strength. Let's see if we draw the bloodletting and do. Now let's see what Thunderclap draws. Let's see what Taunt draws. Okay, then I guess we'll just Second Wind. Unable to Flame Barrier, but that's okay. And Brand won't be enough to kill. But that's a lot of block. Flap. Bellows. The first hand you draw each combat is upgraded. I really like this card. Or, not card, I suppose. Relic. Body Slam. Yeah, the Body Slam is not green. It is not a Body Slam Plus. It's just a regular old Body Slam. It's a Body Slam, not a Slam and Body. You consider Body Slam a card that fits any deck. Upgraded, it's free, and you always want to block something, so free damage. Still has the opportunity cost of drawing it, which is best not to discount. But it does make the deck cycle smoother and cheaper. The damage before setting up Infinite is still pretty relevant. I think it is worth adding, actually. I think so. I think so. Even unupgraded. For now. Let's get rid of these stinky defense. Just needs the upgrade. It's not very good when it costs 1. It's okay when it costs 1. It's okay. Alright, let's see what the taunt draws us. Found us a flame barrier, bloodletting. Okay. Let's brand away, interestingly, the flame barrier. Flap. Is trash Slurgy trash? Nah, it's good. Slam. Nah. Yeah. I think this is a skip. No need to gain a fight me. No need for a headbutt, no need for a setup strike. We spent a bunch of gold previously, so we're not going into this with a ton of gold. Automation makes us not need to play as many bloodlettings when we set up our infinite. Though I think Body Slam also sets like a smoothing factor to that curve of whatever that function looks like if you were to plot it out. of like amount of hit points we need to take to do a certain amount of damage. What's the upgrade on automation? 2 mana or less cards? I think it just makes it free. I think it slows us down more than helps us though. I think it's just card remove. Broad Metal Luck 2. Hello, hello. Yeah, I think it's just remove a strike. Yeah, Stinky Strike, Stinky Strike. And we don't need a second Bloodletting. The one is sufficient. Could consider picking up like a Vulnerable Pot or Block Potion. We may end up using the Ash Water in this fight. So we'll see. I don't think we need to rest. I'm pretty sure this deck almost always kills before we run out of hit points. I feel pretty confident in that, as long as I don't misplay. So I'm going to use the Inferno, or upgrade the Inferno rather. If we need to use the Flex Potion on the turn where we go infinite, if we lost too much hit points along the way, we'll just do that. So much for upgrading the Inferno. The Bellows upgraded it for us. So let's shrug, see what we draw. Gonna play the Vicious, gonna play the Inferno. And I guess I won't exhaust these cards yet. We'll just slam them. Slam! And of course we're gonna choose Disintegration. There's not gonna be too many end of turns that even happen. I have spoken. Alright, let's do the Taunt. Let's do Thunderclap. We're looking for our Bloodletting here. Found it. And now we're pretty much already infinite. So... pretty close anyway. Can use Brand if we want, or we just second wind all of this away. I don't think it's necessary to use the Brand. May as well exhaust that one too. We don't even need the Impervious. Just say goodbye to all of it. Where we're going, we won't need cards. Alright, so we're going to use the Thunderclap. Bash. And we've got it. We've done it. We're there. So now let's alternate between Thunderclap and Taunt. I guess we could have done it, including Body Slam from the beginning. Easy. Knowledge Demon? More like Knowledge Nerd. We don't need the Ash Water. Oh my. Dark Embrace and Offering both help us set up. I think the Offering helps us set up faster though. All we need to do is second wind away all of the pointless cards. And Offering gets us there. No need for a Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace would be a way of setting up smooth infinites. But in this case, we don't need it. Where we're going, we won't need Dark Embrace. Offering is much better in hallway fights, yeah. Offering is... honestly, if I had to pick a single rare card from the pool, it's probably just Offering. Also great with Black Blood. Yeah. Alright, so we cannot take Snecko Eye. Pandora's Box doesn't do much for us. Runic Pyramid is fine. This is kind of a whatever. Easy Pyramid. It won't do much anyway. It's kind of pointless, but we'll still pick it. It might smooth out the exhausting strategy a little bit, but shouldn't make much of a difference. So there is a late shop here on the left, but kind of a meh path to there. I think I like the looks of just taking a bunch of elites, because I think we're pretty good against the elites. May as well just accumulate some shinies. Could also go this way and hit a store, do one more card remove. All we really need is just a card remove or two. You would like a default fourth option that's just a little gold or a potion? Yeah, it would be nice if, because like this guy specifically, you know, there are certain decks where you might, I guess you'll always be fine with Pandora's Box. But there are decks where, like, at least in Spire 1, where you can't take Runic Pyramid. There are decks where you would never want to take Snecko Eye. I mean, these are two of the better relics in Spire 1, but they, you know, those decks and situations still exist. And I think that's true here too. All right, we did it. This fight is over. All right, so we'll play the Inferno. Bash. And it might just second wind here. And then we'll kill them all next turn. Blah. We'll want to upgrade our body slam. Upgrade that slam and body. Okay. Gain 1 strength for each vulnerable on the enemy. I don't know. I mean, I guess that can smooth things out in the end, but I think it doesn't get us to the point where we're... Nah, we're not going to bother. See, and that to me is a sign that there's a bit of a problem with the game in its current state. Like, I should want to take that. Oh, let's see. I suppose I just passed the turn here doing nothing. I don't even think I'm going to play the defense and the body slam. I think we want these in hand to see if we're able to do something with the second wind. Plus the fact that they're upgraded means we'll be able to block through this first attack if we don't draw any other block cards. And practically didn't. So let's Vicious and then Thunderclap, see what we draw. I guess I'll... use the brain. Well, let's shrug. Okay, there we go. So let's Bloodletting and then second wind all this nonsense away. Be gone! I guess could do Impervious, then the second wind, then Body Slam. That's an awful lot of damage, right? Slam. Body bonk, body bonk. Full healed. Spite. If you lost HP this turn, draw 1 card. So interestingly, if we didn't have a fully functional infinite, this would get us there. If all we had was a pommel strike. There's just way too many ways of setting up easy infinites. I feel like if you know what you're doing and you play carefully, I don't know. This might be a cursed statement, but like, do you win every single Ironclad run on Ascension 10 with the game in its current state? I feel like that's true for Necrobinder. I feel like that's true for Ironclad. I worry that it's true for Silent. I worry that it's true for Regent. It's definitely not true with Defect, which is why I find Defect most interesting. But I think this is a skip. It's interesting because the Spite is like conceptually totally fine. But if it's in our opening hand and we haven't, you know, played Inferno yet, it just slows us down the tiniest bit. Certainly true for Regent. Oh yeah, Regent's a mess. We could grab an anchor with 3 question marks. but I think we'd rather just save up for the card remove. All right, Inferno Flame Barrier. Yeah, we'll play the Vicious, and I think we're just there. Like, he's dead. So. Excuse me, Second Wind, hello. Oh, I didn't get rid of the, okay, I was gonna say, I was like, oh, did I get rid of Bloodletting? There's my Bloodletting. No need for any of these. Flame Barrier Plus with Nimble is like cute. It would be fine while we're getting set up. Completely unnecessary. More necessary is simply removing a card. So we'll get rid of an unupgraded Defend. There's nothing else I would consider, right? Nah. Excuse me? So we are going to need to get through this guy's artifact charges. So we'll be a little bit slower with this guy. We'll be totally fine, but we will need to get through them. So let's play the Shrug, draw a card. And let's play the Impervious. We'll also need to use Second Wind on the, you know, junk that he puts in our hand. So we'll play the Vicious. And we're still going to play these just to blap away at his artifact. Alright, so Second Wind, we want to make sure we draw. So he's going to put 4 in our hand. So we want to make sure with our pyramid that we are down to where we can draw 3 cards. Ideally 3 cards exactly. So let's play this one. And... or I guess we can play, I mean, if we draw 4, that's fine too. Let's just play the Body Slam, Gain of Strength. Alright, so now we can play the Taunt and Bash. And we can Second Wind all this nonsense away. Goodbye, nonsense. Got him with a slamming body. I don't think there's a draw here where we can possibly take damage. There's not. Okay. Got him. Fruit Juice is here. I suppose may as well ditch the Ash Water. I don't think we're ever going to need these. Toxic Egg, that'll be irrelevant. Don't care about any of these. We take damage, it's just the only kind we deal to ourselves. That's true. Nobody hurts me but me. Oddly Smooth Stone? Sure. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Alright, so we'll Thunderclap away this, and then congratulations, we've done it. Or Second Wind this, Second Wind this. Okay. Festive Popper. We can start out doing 9 damage to all enemies. Cool. True Grit Plus is like cute, completely unnecessary. We'll skip it. They're sapping our strength and our dexterity. Oh no! And we don't even need to play the offering here, which is a little wild to say. Okay. There was a slightly more efficient way to get there with that, but it will not matter. So anyway, while we're going through these the motions here, it was something I was thinking about the other day when I was talking about how people tend to have really cool usernames. I think this group of people that have coalesced. Let's just drink the regen potion now. There's a lot of cool usernames. How did people get their usernames? I've told the story of how I've gotten Slurgy in the past, but I'd like to hear from you. How did you get your username? Your screen name, whatever you want to call it. Your alias, whatever word you choose to use. Yours was given to you by a friend in high school. It's a cutesy version of your last name. Nice. Has the, yeah. That kind of name ending in Y. Makes sense. I like it. It was a play on a beer, phonetically brewski. It is, I wondered, brewski, if yours came from, well, brewski. Pommel Strike would be a potential other way of setting up an infinite, as previously mentioned, but not necessary. So we'll skip. We will serve as today's decider. This lady's guilty of theft and con artistry. Unfortunately, we have to add the doubt to our deck, which, you know, is whatever. We'll just make it disappear. Gain 2 card rewards or transform 2 cards. Where's the one that gives us relics? I guess we'll gain 2 card rewards. I don't know. What would I even transform here? The Ender's Game series is a concept of Iowa or something. Forgot how to write it. And you got Iowa permabanned the day they implemented copyright detection on VODs and got like 100 plus of them flagged at once. I have read the Ender's Game series and I don't know that word unless that's from the French translation. Vishnevsky was something you plucked from the family tree, planked the doctor on it because it just sounded dope. Yeah, and there apparently was historically a Dr. Vishnevsky. Historically, there was a person. R.I.P. Brandon Bash. I guess, but like, do I even want to transform? Could be just garbage. I'm just gonna do 2 card rewards. Yours is a mix of 2. You started online gaming in Worms Armageddon. Oh, shit. Good taste. What a great game. Your username was Anubis there. Then when you made your Steam account, Anubis was already taken. So you mixed it with Jin, which is a shorter form of Jin. Jin like the genie. Nice. Nice. Dr. Possible. Oh, we got another doctor here. Nice. Yeah, some ointment thing. I remember learning that here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I saw someone referenced a Dr. Vishnevsky. When you were chatting, someone referenced like, oh, Dr. Vishnevsky, you know, I don't know, referenced like what they did historically. I was like, oh, this was a real person. These are really cool and interesting stories, therefore I shall not share. I mean, even the uninteresting ones are fine. You read them in French, so maybe different in English. It's the thing that's like the atom or particle that is... Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, Iowa. There is a... What is the word for that? Oh... What is the word? Yeah, the phylote or whatever. Or the phylote? In English, I think it is this. I don't know, anyway. So I might grab the True Grit here, just to get rid of the doubt, if we don't have our second wind in hand yet. So now that we've added junk, I can add a tiny bit more junk of my own. Hey, have a good night, Anub Jin. In French, it's a Portuguese word. Well, in Ender's Shadow of the Hegemon or some, maybe Speaker for the Dead? Speaker for the Dead. That takes place in a world where the culture of humans that are there speak Portuguese or something. All right, so we'll use the brand to get rid of the doubt, or should I just play the taunt? See if we find... Yeah, okay. So we're gonna take a little bit of damage here. You were in middle or high school, needed a name for your wizard in Neverwinter Nights. Oh man. And thought adding H to the end of Sky looked cool. My wizard was Sky Berlome, or Belomi. That is cool. I've actually always wondered that. Now I know. And knowing is half the battle. All right, found our second wind, finally. But we should find a source of card draw first. Let's just play the shrug. Got it. Let's do a slam and body. And let's just kill him. Lantern. Oh, wow. We have Lantern, Candelabra, and Chandelier. You know, in Slay the Spire 1, you collect boat parts, and here we have the boat parts as well. What is a, you know, what's the slang term we can use for having the Lantern, Candelabra, and Chandelier? The Awia was the soul that was pulled... of the Iowa was the soul that was pulled from the other side of the Hive Queen to create a new Hive Queen or person soul or something. Ah, was that what it was in English? The Awia? Maybe that's the same thing. Oh, the Iowa was an intelligent phylote. Oh, actually, no, this is the same word in English. Huh, okay. I don't remember that word from the series. Huh. Good buddy of yours used to be Cranius Maximus because he had a big ass head. Okay, that's pretty funny. Your original screen name was Servant of Darkness when you were an edgy kid and wanted to play a Dark Jedi in Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. Your new name would dox you if you explained it. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Don't dox yourself if you don't want to. Like, don't do that. A lighthouse, full castle. Lantern, candelabra, chandelier. I like lighthouse. I kind of like lighthouse. I feel like that's pretty good. Full castle might be reserved for if you have all of the lighthouse plus boat relics. All right, so let's play Inferno, Vicious, Thunderclap. That's Taunt. Okay. Bloodletting, let's Shrug. Bash. Second wind is here. We've done it. Got him. And we don't need to worry about the third form. We've got all the tools we need to deal with the third form. We've got block from taunt. Otherwise, you know, just something to consider, I guess. I guess I could have upgraded Body Slam. Maybe that would have been a nice thing I could have done for myself. Very, very dramatic music moment there. Very dramatic little stinger. Upgrade Body Slam or Mani Petties. Hello, Some Weird Sims. Alright, I guess I could second wind away these 3 cards. We don't need those ones. Great. The only thing you remember is that has the accent in French, at least, that we don't have, like a backwards U. Yeah. Yeah, because it was a... I remember the Portuguese being a thing. Okay, and let's, of course, kill him with a slam and body. There it is. All right. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that more of these Ironclad runs are going to look similar to this. So it's Bloodletting and then Second Wind. Ooh, maybe... Alright, I think we're good. Let's play Inferno, then Offering. Yeah, we're good. Let's brand away... I guess we still got our Second Wind. Here we go. So let's make sure to play the Taunt and Bloodletting. Get these out of the hand before we do our Second Wind. Okay, and of course we're going to do most of our damage on the Queen there. She's the ultimate one we need to kill. So we'll do that. And we've got plenty of hit points to pull this off. We'll kill her with Fire Potion. See you later. Alright. Looks like a few Clad cards need another pass. I think it's not so much that Clad cards need to pass, because unfortunately I think this specific degeneracy is but a whole category, a whole class of different problematic infinite loops that span beyond just Ironclad, and I think they're true of every single class except for Defect. Maybe less so of Silent, though Silent is strong in her own way. The Sly cards are pretty good, and they don't have to go quite infinite to be good enough. But I feel like Regent is a huge problem. He has a bunch of like transform a card into something that goes away, or like lots of different ways of making a pretty degenerate situation as well. You can do it on Defect as well with some power stuff. Yeah, but it's like harder. I don't know. Like thinking about the Defect run that I did last night, where I had like a 43 card deck Or something like that by the end. Was able to like efficiently play tons of cards, but it didn't feel, but it wasn't technically an infinite, and it felt like interesting decisions were made the whole time. In multiplayer with souls, you can start the nonsense very quick. Yeah, I think Necrobinder and Regent actually might even be more problematic than Ironclad. I'm not sure. I haven't played a ton of Ironclad. But let's see if we can... Let's see how many wins I can get in a row. I don't know. I also don't like that. I think because you want to seek out that kind of strategy, I think your strategy on a meta level is to be as cowardly as possible, knowing that you just need to make the inevitable happen. So like, it also doesn't help that the question marks are pretty good, but I feel like the problem with the question marks being ideal nodes to travel to in the current state of the game is that they also don't test your deck. Right? So you can get away with not making a strong enough deck in the times where you're going through the question mark nodes, where as long as you're just like set up to win the final fight of the act, you don't have to sort of engage with the regular hallway. Also, the regular hallway farts are like overtuned, especially the end of act ones. They feel like they can just burst you down with tons of damage where you just want to avoid them. And then set up a degenerate infinite. The game needs a little work, but I think it's still fun to figure out those combos and optimize for them. I'm obviously still having fun, despite the issues that I see. Yeah, it may be solved by adding Ascensions, and it also, like, if you think about the mechanics in Spire 1, that this sort of thing would fall apart against. We've got like Time Eater, we got the Beat of Death from the Heart, things like that. Basically, there just needs to exist some mechanics where you want to put more power per card instead of setting up combos, because Necrobinder generating 1 billion souls and then just playing them should be fine some, but definitely not all of the time. Same kind of deal with Ironclad. Anyway, this act looks a little bit bad, right? The large capsule, I think, is just a mistake to choose, again, because we want to make something thin so that we can eventually create an infinite, because that's the most straightforward way to find win condition. Upgrading a card is just sort of, I don't know, that's not very good. But the Golden Pearl is the one I want to pick, right? So 150 gold. The problem with that is that the only early shop is here, and it is a forced elite fight after 2 hallway fights and a couple question marks. Maybe that's okay because we can just get potions that can hopefully carry us through. But the left side doesn't seem particularly forgiving, and then we may potentially not even have an opportunity to spend that gold at all, which might mean death by the time we reach the act boss. So I think going the left path is a problem. So I'm going to choose the gold and we're going to go this way. We'll see what happens. Gremlin Knob is defining how an Act 1 deck is built, I think. Absolutely. Lord Helmchen Deluxe, I absolutely agree. Right? It is the existence of Gremlin Knob and the fact that relics in Spire 1, I think, are more relevant to your deck's success than they are in Spire 2. Whereas in Spire 2, it's more driven by the cards. Not that cards aren't obviously super important in Spire 1. But, so you really do want to prioritize fighting elites in Act 1. Or at least that's how it was way back when I was playing. I think modern Spire 1 deviates from that somewhat. Alright, I'm gonna take 1 to do more damage against this fuzzy worm crawler. And we'll Bash Strike to do 17 instead of 18. Leave him vulnerable for next turn. And we'll do 1 strike for sure. So let's look at what we've got in the drop pile. So we have 17 damage for next turn. So we won't be able to kill next turn, but we'll be able to block another attack for 10. So thinking about this fully, if we were to attack with 2 strikes, or excuse me, a strike and a defend, we would take 8. And then be able to kill him for sure next turn. Playing 2 defends, we take 3. We'll take at most 3 next turn. And then probably just kill him almost for sure on the shuffle. So I'm going to do 2 defends here to take 3, and then 3 again, and then we'll kill him on the shuffle. So we're able to take 6 instead of 8 there. So we do need to take some sort of card that gives us short-term power. You got the furthest you've ever gotten with Defect Ascension 4, but ran into the Awakened one with a power deck? Rip. You know, sometimes that can be okay. You can face the Woke Bloke with a bunch of powers and still do okay. So it's probably just Setup Strike. I don't hate Molten Fist either. But maybe Setup Strike is the slightly stronger card of these 3. I guess Setup Strike does necessitate attacking 2 times after it to do as much damage as the Molten Fist. And this is maybe better long term. And it's sometimes nice to increase the duration of vulnerable. I'll grab the Molten Fist. Okay, so here we'll do Bash Strike. Molten Fist may be relevant here. Hey, look at that. Doubled as vulnerable. And so is it worth to take 1? I don't think so. I think we don't take any damage from this point in the fight. Correct. We don't. Alright, Bloodletting I think is good to add to the deck. Just to not only, you know, play all our cards, but there are other cards that make Bloodletting really strong, as we just saw in the previous run. So I think it's worth picking up. All right, what does the shop have for us? Spite is here. We have Spite and Bloodletting. If we're able to thin down the deck, then 2 Spites plus a Bloodletting is infinite. It's just silly, but it's true. I have trouble evaluating Drum of Battle. Like, I don't know. I have trouble evaluating this card. I wonder if it's good in this particular situation. It might be. Seems risky. Yeah, I mean, you just, if it's risky in certain situations, you just don't play it. But right, if it borks your combo. But is it just one of those things that we would take as like a tempo card that we would just not play and get rid of later? Maybe. Regardless, I like the card remove on on strike. I like picking up the Spite. And could just do True Grit as a worst case scenario deck thinner if we don't find second wind. And then pick up like a weak potion maybe? Or maybe attack pot or strength pot. We're gonna grab a potion because the deck is gonna be terrible going into this elite. So I kind of like the True Grit. I mean, I think True Grit's a fine card to add anyway. So maybe True Grit and... Which one of these potions is best? It's not super straightforward to me. Maybe just attack. Maybe just attack potion. All right, we're gonna take the gold here. That'll be nice. There'll be a shop coming up. You can face the statue, right? It's strength or weak then, I guess. I mean, attack potion's pretty good against the statue, right? All right, let's join forces. Hey! Bird. It's the burb. The burb is the werb. Yeah, one extra card. I mean, it's kind of like, I think when you're facing the statue, just getting like the extra attack at the end, I think it's pretty relevant. I'm probably going to use the attack potion now because we're going to make him vulnerable. And then probably, I don't know, I just kind of want to know what it is. So it's either Pommel Strike or Rampage. Probably will shuffle the deck. So probably Rampage. And I'm actually going to use the Molten Fist here. Make sure he's vulnerable for the rest of the fight. We'll be able to block in the next turn. I don't think we need to use the Liquid Bronze. I don't think it's going to do that much damage to him. I guess he does have this attack, huh? Maybe it would have been worth using the Liquid Bronze. Still can. It's not going to be good against the Ceremonial Beast. Yeah, why am I saving it? This may end the fight one turn earlier. Okay, so we're obviously going to play the Rampage, and then the Spite, and then, hey, would you look at that? That potion made a difference. And hey, attack potion's back. Vambrace actually a pretty good relic. When I first saw this, I was like, this is sort of whatever. I don't care about this. But now that I've reframed how I look at Spire 2 compared to Spire 1, Vambrace is actually pretty good because all we really need is upfront defenses and block, set up infinite. And this helps us do that. Uppercut is okay. It's another card that potentially gets in our way. But it does make the enemies weak. Let's see, is the upgrade the same as Spire 1? It is. So this is the exact same card as Spire 1. But weak on the enemy is nice. Ironclad doesn't have many sources of that. It'll be good against the Ceremonial Beast for sure. If we're not able to set up our infinite by then, which I don't think we'll be able to, most likely. We need a few pieces. Might slow us down a little bit in getting there, but I think it's worth adding. And probably need to rest here. I guess, yeah, let's rest here because we may want to upgrade something that we purchased from the shop. And I think we're going to use one rest and one upgrade. All right, Ghost Seed is here, we did it. Well, not fully, but pretty close. Strikes and defends gain Ethereal. Then all we need is one more Spite. Spite and either another Spite or a Pommel Strike Plus. right? Because the combo could be Pommel Strike plus to get Bloodletting and Spite. Spite to get the Pommel Strike. Bloodletting. Pommel Strike to gain Bloodletting and Spite back. Yeah, okay. So all we need is a Pommel Strike plus, and we have an infinite if we grab the Ghost Seed. Yeah, okay. I'm convinced. Ornamental Fan. Okay. Now our infinite attack combo gives us block. Great. So what's worth upgrading here? No longer really need the True Grit since we're going to be giving our Strikes and Defends Ethereal. Maybe it's Uppercut. Make the weak, you know, more weakening. So then is it worth going through here to try to find, just to see more cards, to either see Spite or Pommel Strike, and then if we upgrade it, we just win? Pretty much. I mean, pretty close. So then is it worth going to this Elite to gain a little more gold, because Elite fights gain more gold? Warrior Knight? Warrior Knight. So we fought Berdonis. What are the full list of elites again? So this is the Frog or Bygone Effigy. I guess the Frog could kill us. Frog is so dumb. I guess Frog could kill us. Strikes and Defense having Ethereal actually is bad if we fight the Frog. And we don't have any AoE. Probably shouldn't do that then. No, I think the Frog kills us. Right? Bygone Effigy, no problem. Frog Parasite, I think we die. I don't want to die. Yeah, the statue, no problem. I think with the attack potion. You just had to run with him today and you got the gold tier spell for X, play X card from your deck, +1. Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about... so we can do this. Cascade! Yeah, I did a run while I was just churning through the Accessions, where I had... Oh, right. Vambrace. I had that as well. Had that same thing. And then had a Very Hot Cocoa, I believe it's called. Where I had 4 starting energy. Extra 4 starting energy. So I started each combat with 7. And then I was able to give the royally approved stamp to Cascade that was upgraded. So essentially I would just play the next 8 cards for free at the start of every combat. As you might imagine, that was pretty strong. And here I think I just skip. Could maybe pick up the Inflame. You know, Inflame might not be a terrible idea. Just to get through the Ceremonial Beast a little bit more smoothly. You always like Inflame? I almost never like Inflame. Almost never. Almost never. But not never, never. I'm gonna pick it up. Ethereal defends. Bloodletting, and let's play the Spite. We'll just play everything, and I'm just gonna focus down Fogmog. We don't care about these dazes that the Eye with Teeth adds. Who cares? I think Inferno here is pretty fine. Inferno lets the Spite trigger even if we don't draw it on the Bloodletting, if we find this early on. Certainly that one's worth adding. And I'm gonna go to the shop just to see if we find a Pommel Strike. As silly as that is. Did not. Anger is cool. Anger's not cool. We don't need any of these. I'm thinking about maybe grabbing the Rage. Then we're going to let the defense fall off from our Ghost Seed. Then we end up with a thin little setup. Then even if we aren't infinite, we can still play like a handful of attacks. And then block pretty cleanly. Yeah, I think so. Good boy, George. Hello, hello. Thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. All right, so let's do that, and take 4 is fine. I think I'd rather leave the Vambrace potent. This could be a bit of a dicey fight, actually, losing our strikes like that. Okay, so let's Inflame and then Spite. Strike True Grit. Alright, found the Inferno. So now let's just Bloodletting. Bash Fist. And we'll play the Defend. Black. And I suppose we just kill him. Does an extra Inferno make the deck better or worse? Might make it better. Alright, and I think 50 HP is enough to deal with the Ceremonial Beast. Probably will use the attack potion. Might be worth resting. I guess I'm not sure. But I like upgrading Rage. I like upgrading Bloodletting. I like upgrading True Grit in general for the future. I suppose it's not so relevant for us here. No, we don't need to upgrade Bash. no need. No need for that here. Hard to go wrong with grit? Yeah, I suppose. Make sure we don't accidentally get rid of something we don't want to. Might just need it as a reasonable block card when setting up. I guess it's fine. Alright, and do I play the attack pot now? I'm gonna wait till he's vulnerable. Plow. And let's play Strike and Defend. Actually, I'm gonna use the attack pot now. Ashen Strike should be good for us. We're gonna end up with a bunch of stuff in the old exhausted card pile. And this will almost full block. We'll get him down to 160 here pretty soon. I'm okay with doing it right there. So he's gonna make us go ringing, which is totally fine. Only able to play one card. But Uppercut's a pretty good one. Make him weak. Uppercut is like a block card. And then I think we just win the fight. Good fight, nerd. Get Shrek'd. Maybe didn't even need to use the potion there. So Hellraiser would be interesting in that. No, actually, it's completely irrelevant. We don't need it at all. We have our infinite even without Hellraiser if we find a pommel strike, so it only helps us with the strike, so we don't care about it. Primal Force, transform all attacks into your hand in giant rocks. Why would we ever do that? And Barricade is like kind of okay. I think if you have Primal Force at the very beginning of Act 1, you're pretty happy with it. Primal Force is hilarious. Should turn your model into a giant gorilla. It should. It should. I think Primal Force is actually a pretty good, like, random rare at the start of Act 1. But Barricade, I think, is, like, fine, but honestly not really needed. I think I'm just going to skip. We don't need these. They don't make the deck better. If you can reliably set up infinites by the beginning of Act 2, then tons of mechanics are just irrelevant. True. Corruption? We don't even need Corruption. Corruption completely unnecessary and actually potentially bad because we want to keep our rage. So Corruption is actually bad. Runic Pyramid is, I guess, fine. Astrolabe, I kind of don't want to get rid of the strikes and defends, given that we're giving them Ethereal from the Ghost Seed. I guess it's just Pyramid. Really will need to find a... some better sources of getting rid of statuses. So let's go Runic Pyramid. Astrolabe could, like, jackpot. and we just find what we need. But that's pretty unlikely, right? Again, all we need, literally all that the deck needs, the only thing the deck needs is more upfront block and one pommel strike, and we've won. That's it. Then it's over, right? We don't have to think about hoity-toity, long-term, complex plans. We can simplify. So let's go with the Runic Pyramid. And I'm nervous about fighting the elites right now with the deck in its current state, but we're almost there. Again, we just need one card. The thing I don't like right now about the way Spire is it's all like an inflection point. We like can't do anything and suddenly we can do everything. So I'm going to go through these question marks. There's lots of question mark things where you just see random cards too. And we're going to play like cowards because we can. And I'm going to. I would like to go to a shop, but unfortunately the shops here are like gated behind elites, right? If we go to this shop, then we have to go to one of these two. If we want to go to this shop, we've got to go to this elite. Shops would be a good way to just see common attack cards too. Because we just want to see Pommel Strike or Pommel Strike, Spite. I mean, there's maybe some other options in the library, right? Could even be Shrug? Not quite. Shrug won't quite get us there. But Shrug gets us a not infinite but close enough sort of thing. Pillage? Pillage. Pillage would be another one. Thank you, Rail Tracer. Okay, so we can attack 3 times for Ornamental Fan, but I think just making this guy weak will be better. So if we attack 3 times, we'll gain 9 plus 4, right? So we'll gain 13 block. If we attack with the Uppercut and the Strike, then we will get 6 block. All right, so I guess actually let's think of it differently. In the first scenario, with 9 block and then 4 block here, we get 13 block and then take a total of 6 damage. So 6 damage versus Uppercut then Strike, where you have 6 block, and then bring this guy down to, let's see, 12 plus 3, so 15, and we'll have 6 block, so we'll take 9 damage. So actually 3 strikes is better. And I might do the 3 strikes on this Bull Bug in the back. So now maybe Inferno defend, and then that's practically full block. So let's do the other Inferno and then Bloodletting. Blap. A lot of damage. So we can do this, this, and this, and they're all dead. Shrug. I think Shrug is actually still pretty good. Again, Shrug is... If we can Shrug Spite back and forth, where we can play 3 Shrugs, 3 Spites, even before we get an infinite setup, we're still looking at, okay, we've diminished our cards, we let them go away with the Ghost Seed. We can still do, you know, 18 damage and get 24 block, and actually a little bit more because we can at least play a Bloodletting in there. I think that's fine. The only thing to consider here is, what do we have for things that don't go away? So these all go away, this goes away. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards that are permanent. Okay, we can add a 7th. That's totally fine. Aha! Enchant a card with perfect fit. Or resist. We do have a True Grit. Right, so that's something to keep in mind. Something that we have. But just the one. It is upgraded. I don't think there's any reason why we would care about perfect fit. I just think there isn't. I'd almost rather resist, remove 2 cards, and add the normality. And I'm going to remove a bash. Bash and a strike. Who needs bash? Not us. It's just expensive. $6 HP for 52 gold, sure. We might see a shop from one of the question marks. Touch the core. Obtain a random 0-cost card. Okay, hold up. Offering would be good, Spite would be good, Battle Trance would be good, Rage would be good, fine. Demonic Shield, I guess, is a multiplayer one. A lot of these are bad, but some of them are fine. Obtain a random power. The thing is like one of the ways we could just simply go infinite and just win the run would be to get Spite. So we have like, I assume these are evenly distributed, but I don't really know that. But Spite could get us there. Battle Trance also would be good. So if we were to get a random power, can it be neutrals too? I don't think so. I think it'll be class cards, but I don't know. I don't think it can be the colorless, but I just don't know. Some of these powers are fine, but most of them don't really do anything. I got another bloodletting. It's fine. We're at 59 hit points. I think we upgrade. Let's upgrade one of the Infernos. It's pretty good damage. All right, Thieving Hopper. We don't like this normality in our hand. We cannot lose Spite. Absolutely unacceptable to lose that. We must kill him. And we will. In fact, he's already dead. Give us our Spite back. There it is. All right. We win. The game's over. We've got our other Spite. We can now fight anything we want. Which is so silly. I guess we do need to get rid of the normality. I guess we don't, we can fight whatever we want once we've got hit point buffer set up. Maybe it's more accurate. But we've won. We spite, for spite, for spite, for spite, for spite, and we loop like that. So we don't need to fight elites, because we don't need the relics. And so how much are they attacking us for? 13 plus 4. Did I do that right? Yeah, 8 plus 9, 17. May as well do a defend. Blop. So we'll play the... They're attacking for a lot, huh? We can block for 19, which still leaves us taking a bunch of damage. Which I suppose we just accept. Could maybe use a potion. We're only taking a little bit of damage. It's fine. Not getting the full value from the block potion. Maybe it was still worth. Oh yeah, I guess there's our normality, huh? Guess it doesn't matter. Don't need any of these. So let's shrug here. And then uppercut the tunneler, probably. Or would I rather try to kill this bullbug with the egg? This will prevent more damage. Take 3. So, Inferno. Inferno, Rage, and Flame. Or just Strike, Defend, let the Inflame sit. That's fine. Now is where our damage actually really matters. So let's do the Inferno and do the Bloodletting here. Plop. And might just do another. Probably do need to. Yes. Okay. Skill Potion. And we don't need these. Blood Wall's not terrible here, but I think we're fine with keeping it thin. Skill Potion. Would Skill Potion be better than Blocker Weak Pot? I don't think so. I think I like these two specifically. And there's kind of no reason to go to an elite. Let's upgrade Rage. Aha. Wango's Bargain Bin, obtain 1 common relic. Or as featured item, we can get a Giria. I don't think there's any reason to get the Giria. We're probably just going to rest most of the time anyway. Let's go to the bargain bin. And a whetstone. Sure. Upgraded one of our spites. This guy could be annoying. He'll end up doing a little bit of damage to us. Let's get a bunch of block. And should I inflame Spite? I think maybe. But maybe it's better to just inflame and then wait. Maybe Molten Fist. Sure. All right, so the other Inferno is here. Rage is here. A bunch of blocks. So could do defend, Inferno, Rage, Spite. And we'll let these defend and strikes just fall off. No need to play the bloodlettings. Could play a bloodletting to do a strike for a bit more block. I suppose that's worth. Yeah, because it'll proc the Ornamental Fan as well. And we can use the Weak Pot if we need to. Or the Block Potion, I suppose, and then do an uppercut. So let's start with a Shrug. Uppercut, then Block Potion. We'll let all this fall off. And then I think we're one turn away, but might basically be there already. Yeah, so we can just play a Bloodletting. So actually, let's just do this. All right. And we don't need this, so we'll skip. And here I'm just going to rest. Make sure we've got plenty of time against this Knowledge Demon. Right? Knowledge Demon? Knowledge Demon. So we can play the Inflame, no problem there. We can play the Bloodletting and use the Spite, but there's kind of no point to doing it now. Since they're both 0 cost, we'll let the Strike and Defend simply go away. So here we can do Uppercut Molten Fist to keep him vulnerable when we are doing our combo. Not that it matters, really. So maybe Uppercut... No, we'll do Uppercut Molten Fist. Or maybe we should do one Defend? Defend Uppercut. Maybe a bit smarter. Or could just simply True Grit it, but we kind of need to hang on to the True Grit for the normality. So we'll play that one. Found the normality. Get out of here. I want to Shrug because I want to try to find the strikes to get rid of them. Perfect. So we'll play, I suppose, just the Molten Fist. And almost there, very close. Let's go ahead and play both Spites. Perfect. Because we're able to find the defends. Actually, maybe I should Bloodletting the Uppercut. Make him weak. Give us a bunch of block. Alright, so we're not quite there. We're so very close. We're just one turn away. We just got to fill the hand. So we can actually trigger it away. Oh, we don't need to. So we don't. Disintegration. And now we don't take any more damage. Oh no, I didn't want to play that. Hold on. Shit. Just kidding. We're fine. We can play one because the first one is already in hand. This is how it goes. This was the deck strategy. This is what I talked about, and this is what we're doing. Killed him out of spite. Ironclad. Okay. Colossus. Gain 5 block. You receive 50% less damage from vulnerable enemies this turn. Mildly helpful in getting us set up. I suppose we got rid of a lot of our sources of vulnerable, and it's just the uppercut that's the raw initial source. So probably don't need that. Don't need the cruelty. Don't need barricade. Guess we just skip. Vaku! My puppet of puppets. Why I haven't killed the architect yet? After I kill the architect, I will kill you! Wow. Lose 9 max HP, add 3 apparitions to your deck. I think that's pretty nice for smoothing things out. Great. We'll do that. So now, again, we just want to go at these fights with plenty of health. So let's just go up this way, through here. Maybe through there. There's a lot of kind of forced elites. Which could cause some problem. Alright, let's inflame and just pass the turn. Need to get rid of these strikes. Or get a bag of prep. Bag of prep would be pretty sweet. Let's do Apparition, Apparition, Inferno. Apparition, Inferno, Shrug. Let's play both the spites just to fill the hand. Normality still in the draw pile. And we don't want to play anything that we're going to draw, but we do want to clear the hand a little bit, so I guess just the Molten Fist. Draw 5, and the fight is over. So we can True Grit away the normality. And then just play the spites. Okay. Pommel Strike is here. Unnecessary. It is at least draw positive, which is a positive for it. This is degenerate? Yeah, that's going to be every single Ironclad run. That's why I feel like Ironclad currently is not in a good state. I think, you know, I don't know. The more interesting Ironclad runs will be the ones where we're not able to set this up. Or something similar. Obviously, we did something degenerate previously. We're going to do something degenerate this run. Maybe the next one will be more interesting. I can just keep going until I stop. See how far we can take it. I don't know. I could be like one of the fancy streamers and put the streak in the title, but I don't know. Not that interesting. Pommel Strike. Don't need it. All right, let's transform a strike. Into Stoke. Exhaust your hand, draw a card for each card exhausted. It's a cute card. We don't really need it. You would think it would help us, but it doesn't really. Draw 2 fewer cards at the start of combat, raise your max HP by 20. Max HP is kind of good, but I think we just go with the Fragrant Mushrooms. Lose 15 HP and upgrade 3 random cards. Okay, upgraded the Shrug, that's kind of nice. What does Stoke even do when upgraded? Oh, just cost 0, okay. Sure. Found an apparition. All right, let's play Inferno Apparition. And we'll play the other Inferno. I suppose we'll play the Spite. There we go. Found the Apparition. All right, found our Normality, which we're going to True Grit away. And we can play the Stoke, can't we? And then the fight is over? Pretty sure that's true. It was true. Okay. Fortifier. I guess better than Radiant Tincture for this deck. We don't need any of these. Playing in Flame quickens it a little. I mean, that's true. Oof. All right, Weak Pot. It's your time to shine. So defend and might just rage and play these two. So Apparition, Uppercut. Apparition, Inferno, Inferno. Let's True Grit away our Normality. Shrug. Play the Spite. Apparition. I guess that one was upgraded, so maybe could have left it. Right, I think that one was upgraded. Yeah, it was. So what we can do here is play the Spite and then Stoke. So as long as the Spites are not in hand, then we're good. Need to be sure, like 100% sure not to brick myself. Six, 4, 6, 4, 6, 4, 6, 4. 6, 4. It's a little silly. It's become a rhythm game. Okay. Pen Nib, that makes things a little faster. Fiendfire, I guess can get there faster-ish? Not really. Fiendfire doesn't really help us. Pummel Strike Plus, I'm still like kind of looking at that as like a maybe. Because I guess we just don't need it. Man, what bonus do you even choose here? Conch, draw 2 on Elites, random rare. 2 relics, extra strike and defends as silent. I hate everything. Random rare can be alright. card remove. And nothing else here matters. I'd like to buy a mango. We'll buy a cure-all. Maybe it could be relevant. Let's upgrade the stoke. Alright, the stoke will be handy for when he fills our hand with Garbo. Look at it. It's full of Garbo. So let's make sure the spite is out of hand. Make sure the other spite is out of hand. There. Now we can stoke. And we are playing an Inferno? Yeah, okay. Cool. Got there. Do you feel like the conch shell is that good as silent, though? I feel like, since you already have the Ring of the Snake, it's a little bit, I don't know, harder to get too much extra value out of the extra card. Cloak Clasp actually kind of nice. Okay. Pocket Watch actually be really good here if we could afford it. We can't, but you know, it's the thought that counts. We'll just card remove, and what is the card remove? I guess still a strike. All right, so let's uppercut, and our True Grit we don't need to rely on anymore. So just get rid of defend. So we need to make sure we play our spites. We need to make sure we play the things we need to get rid of. So let's play the Shrug. And let's play the Apparition. Play both spites and then Stoke. Have to play the Inferno. All right, we need one Inferno in play. Plap. I guess we didn't really need to do that. Your upgrades are no more. Okay, sure. Got me. Got them upgrades. And we can just let these all disappear. And then we kill him out of spite. Okay. Sturdy Clamp is here. Heart of Iron is here. Do I like Heart of Iron better than Fortifier? I might. Spite Stoke? Where do I play the uppercut? Should have played the uppercut. There is a bot that will add statuses. I don't remember which bot it is. But it's one of them. Plop. Okay. Don't need any of these. And we don't need to upgrade anything. We can rest just to regain a tiny bit of health. There could be a turn against the queen where she has the spites in a problematic state. So that could happen. So I think she's the only one who, like, maybe could cause us a problem. I don't think Doormaker will be a relevant enemy at all. Alright, this is pretty good. Kind of thinking about doing the cure-all just to draw the cards, get through the deck faster. And I'm going to leave this Spite in hand. I guess we'll play the Inflame, because why not? That'd be one reason why not, because we can play Stoke. And got there. Great. If we had one Body Slam in the deck as a finisher, that'd be pretty cute. Plop. Plop. Oh, I was like, why was there a 12 there? Pen Nib. Pen Nib, one of the many relics that we were able to accumulate and completely ignore. And you know what? Let's finish her with a strike. Alright, so we'll go on to the Doormaker now. Nice opening hand. Apparition, Apparition, Inferno. End turn. Great, we found our Stoke. So let's play our Spite. And then we'll Stoke. And then the fight is over. So I have to ultra triple mega double check that in hand is not one of our Spites. And that we have played one Inferno. Stoke is a ridiculous card. That's not even the ridiculous part of this, though. I think the ridiculous... I mean, I agree that Stoke is a ridiculous card. But I think what we're seeing here is slightly more ridiculous. Why does it draw 10 for 0? I mean, that's fair. Plap, 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 plap. Ironclad. Let's go again. I don't know. Let's go until it stops us. I'm gonna go until the Spire stops me. It will eventually, right? There are going to be seeds that will give us a run for our money. It will happen. Let's keep track, because actually I'm going to put it in the stream title because I don't know where else to put it. Because otherwise I might lose track because they're going to be a little samey. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Could just exile your whole hand for 0 without draw and it would still be good. Exile? Excuse me, this is not Magic the Gathering. These cards are exhausted, not exiled. It does just spot you a free Dark Embrace, it's true. But it doesn't generate block like Second Wind. I don't even think it's that ridiculous. I think there's other problems. Second Wind is debatably like better. Okay, these are bad starts. These are not strong. This could be the run where we face a brick wall. Fighting the Kin. No need for block when the enemy doesn't see another turn. Yeah, but that's more a problem with the cards that let you go infinite. I like this start. I think this shop might be nice. There's kind of a similar route going through the center. But I like the shop a little bit later, right before the campfire. Again, we might buy cards and then want to upgrade them immediately. And we'll probably be wimps and dodge these elites. So we'll see. We could, let's see, raise our max HP by 11. At the start of elite combats, draw 2 additional cards. Or take the large capsule. These are not good. Not really that good for us. I'm kind of leaning towards the nutritious oyster. Raise max HP by 11. Options here are otherwise not good. It is possible that we don't find the ingredients to go infinite. And we build a Ironclad deck that does something else. We'll see. Hopefully we'll be able to kill him this turn. Yep. Body Slam, Taunt, and Rupture. So this is a genuinely very interesting and important decision point that will have long-term ramifications, and we do really care about what we pick here. I'm leaning very lightly towards Taunt. Rupture can be a good card. I think in Spire 2, Rupture is reasonable. I do. But Taunt is pretty good for this current floor. Yeah, I think the goal is always seek infinite if possible. But there are other, I think there are other, you know, the game may not provide us the opportunity for the infinite. We want to leave the deck in a state where it is always possible, like we did the previous 2 times, where we set it up right away. But otherwise need to set it up so that we can do something that isn't infinite but still lets us actually like engage with the game fully. I think Rupture is the stronger of the 2 cards, but Taunt is just better now. So Taunt it is. And let's take 1. Make this guy vulnerable. Keep him vulnerable. So we can only do 27 here. The minus HP synergy is pretty strong in a fair deck. We want stuff like Inferno or Chemo first. Yeah, right? It's sort of like we're just getting the payoff. And you don't want to lead with the payoff. You want to get the setup stuff first. Because like Chemokinesis is like, you know, good on its own. Spite is here. Go ahead and scoop up one of these. Pummel Strike also. Uh-oh. 2 of the most problematic cards. Right there. Yeah, the lose HP decks are pretty fun. So let's choose 1 starter to transform into Toric Toughness. Probably just transform a Strike. Could potentially transform a Strike into Peck. But I pretty much always choose this option. Slither on Bash could also maybe be okay. Yeah, Slither on Bash is fun. Agreed. And not unreasonable. Not unreasonable. Toric Toughness doing some good work for us against this shrinking beetle. Ooh. Juggling. Add a 3rd copy, or add a copy of the 3rd attack you play each turn into your hand. We may not need to find the other spite. Oh shit. Now we just need to find a way to lose HP, thin the deck out, and we have our infinite. Juggling can get us there. It'll just require some very careful play. Strike into Peck seems so mid before you know if you're going strength scaling. Yes. I might do Taunt Bash instead of playing the Toric Toughness here. You got such a run on this guy earlier. 0-cost demon form at the start of every combat. Somehow lost to the last boss. Damn. Damn. Stains by 1995. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it like that. We take a bunch of damage, but yeah. I say this guy is gonna start debuffing and yeah. That's what I'm saying. These hallway fights are just insane. So the 2 strikes are, you know, 18 damage. And a 3rd strike is only 27. Could find a strike and a spite, but that's pretty unlikely. I'm gonna hit him with the bash. Yeah, got a 3rd strike. Okay. Yikes. Pillage. Bloodletting. I think bloodletting we have our infinite, right? Kind of. Not, well. Kind of. We need either pyramid or retain or deck thinning or something to get us there. We need to make spite like the 3rd card we play on the same time as we get bloodletting in play, which I guess we're looking at pretty difficult to pull off sort of thing. Problem with bloodletting is it's not an attack. Yeah, so we need some like card draw. Basically, we need to use juggling to generate a copy of spite, which is not super easy to pull off. And then we just need to, on the same turn as bloodletting, use, you know, start the spite train. Pillage is not energy neutral in the same way spite is. All we're looking to do is make our degenerate setup. Bloodletting is like pretty good to be able to get us playing like Toric Toughness and Bash on a lot of turns though. I think Bloodletting is just a better card. Okay, what do we have here? Impatience, kind of interesting. Card remove, potions. Ruptures here. We'd kind of... Yeah, I'm gonna remove a strike. And we're gonna head up through this way. Juggling kind of makes you think about removing defense. Yeah, except that there's a lot of, there's like second wind exists that gets rid of skills. But I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna buy a power potion. And we're gonna upgrade something. What does this do? Innate. Yeah. Maybe upgrade Toric Toughness? Either that or Taunt. Toric Toughness or Taunt. Probably toric toughness. Toric toughness and then strike. This one, I guess. Gonna take damage in this fight. Oof. Bloodletting served us well there, that's for sure. Alright, actually this fight went unreasonably well. Better than it maybe should have. Skip? So what if we don't find the pieces we need to thin ourselves out? Yeah, I mean, bludgeon is not off the table. Yeah, bonk is nice since you have bloodletting. Exactly. It is distinctly in the way of our infinite. But the infinite is but a possibility, a fleeting dream in this exact moment. Nice in the same hand as the spite, yes. We are reliably making enemies vulnerable. Honestly, I thought this card was fine at rare. It's a good card, Inspire 1. I'm gonna grab it. Miniature Cannon! Upgraded attacks, deal 3 additional damage. Cute. Well, speaking of bludgeon being handy, so what's the line? Could kill Twig Slime because he hits bigger. Because I could do like bloodletting, taunt back here, bludgeon here, strike there, still take 0. I think that's the way to do it. Right, so we vulnerable that guy, kill, kill. I think that's the best way to open that combat. And then I think we can take 0. The leaf slimes hurt less. But they add more statuses. Maybe there's more to the differences than that, but that's just what I've observed. Have not yet played our juggling. Playing bludgeon for 3 mana feels so normal after all this degeneracy. It does. Drum of Battle. If we had deck manipulation, if we had ways. Drum is so risky? I mean, kind of. Again, you have to keep in mind, we can simply not play it later. Like, does this help us before we have the infinite set up? And I think the answer is yes. I have not used that card yet. You know, I purchased this power pot, but might grab the cure-all. Maybe the cure-all is better than the swift potion. You have used it, it is not good? I mean, it's certainly not generically good. So if it's in our opening hand and we play it, I suppose there's a risk of just like incidentally exhausting like bludgeon or I just don't think it helps us that much. I'm willing to forego it. All right, let's upgrade the bludgeon. How about 42 is a pretty big number. Oh god, this fight. I guess we can kill one, huh? In full block? That's pretty nice. Oh, almost full block. Okay, take one. 22? Doesn't that seem unreasonable? What ascension you on? A10. Toric toughness. Alright, then we'll kill him. Is that max for early access? I believe so. Pact's End. Can only be played if you have 3 or more cards in your exhaust pile. Deal 17 damage to all enemies. This would be so nice for the kin if we had any sort of exhaust in the deck at all. You know, 3 or more cards in the exhaust pile is not a big ask. Ascender's Bane will be one of them. But we don't have any other exhaust. I guess this is a skip. I don't think I want to add another Bloodletting. It's not awful. You take it for the fun of trying to build for it? I don't know. I'm not. I want to test the limits of trying to just win at the moment. And like, you know, I don't know. What's the fun? I mean, it is fun, but it's just like a big AoE attack. I think I'm just gonna skip. And might be pretty okay against an elite here. I was gonna say the only one I really don't want to see is the frog parasite. Let's use a power potion here. Barricade, stone armor, maybe barricade. Toric toughness, taunt, spite, I guess. Really kind of want to play the... Yeah, I don't know. And then... Plap. Alright, so we've got 3 infections in the deck at the moment. Should be manageable. Should be manageable. So we can't kill any of them. Let's taunt... So if we get this guy, if we do 9 damage, like here, for example, it doesn't actually make it any faster to kill any of them. So I might taunt, like... I guess we may as well taunt the same one we're attacking. I guess I'll have it be this one. And still attack this one. Just try to finish him off. Alright, can finish it off with Spite, and then we can just bludgeon one of the other ones. Yeah, I like that much better than Bash Defend. Clap. I'm glad it wasn't in the last 2 cards, so that we'll still see it on the shuffle. Speaking of seeing it on the shuffle, clap. Yeah, that barricade was pretty good. Sparkling Rouge. At the start of your 3rd turn, gain 1 strength and 1 dexterity. Actually, that's a pretty good artifact to see going into a fight against the kin. I'm not unhappy with that at all. This is actually a pretty interesting card reward screen. Because we don't have to rely on juggling to eventually, if we just find the proper exhaust engine rather, to do Pommel Strike and Spite with Bloodletting. Right, Pommel Strike Plus with Bloodletting and Spite can be a HP negative, but still infinite damage, assuming infinite HP. And Pommel Strike's still decent card. We don't have too many attacks. This juggling has been kind of worthless. Maybe shouldn't have grabbed it. And might remain worthless. Maybe it was too fringe speculation anyway. But I suppose even if when we set up the infinite, we could do something like time when we play the Spite to get a 2nd copy. Pommel Strike might just get us there. I also don't hate Iron Wave because I think it's just like a fine card. Pommel Strike might be a little bit nice against the kin. Boy, removing a card feels so good right now. I think 55 hit points quite a bit, right? Right? Right. All right, so what is the upgrade here? I think it might be Taunt. And I think this deck ignores the little kinlings in the front and completely focuses all damage on the leader in the back. So let's make sure he's vulnerable the whole time. And we'll be ready to play the Cure-All. Torque, toughness, and bludgeon in the same hand, huh? I guess it's torque, toughness when we're frail. I'm gonna play the Cure-All now. Bloodletting is here. Nice. Let's do the Pommel Strike here. Alright, I was curious if it would find Spite. It didn't. So it might just be Bludgeon and still play the Torque Toughness, even if we are frail. God, that's so much damage. It's also a lot of damage to receive. Okay, so now we're weak, but... let's Pommel Strike, see what we draw. Taunt. Yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't need to play that Bloodletting. I'm acting like I've still got the barricade. Kakwa! Oh, that's so much damage. Why has this got to be the turn we draw the bludgeon? Still have to bludgeon him. I don't think there's any way to not do 46 damage here. Hitting us for 11, 10, and 12? (16 and 12). We are frail. Not enough block in hand. Not reasonable to consider a kill. Is reasonable to consider pommel striking into block that could make us not die. Ooh, I don't think so. It has to be Toric Toughness. Is that even enough, though? I don't think it is. I still don't think this is enough, right? 16 plus 12. Damn. Well, 2 and 1. Probably should have just never bothered picking up the juggling. Literally worthless. I think it was such a fringe way of building the infinite, even at the time when we grabbed it, that we knew it would get in the way and knew it would not be good. Even if it... yeah. It's kind of just a bad card. Otherwise, yeah, this was a tougher setup. Still very close. Still almost got him. Slash almost didn't die. Actually, if I had not played that Bloodletting on the turn where I didn't need to, would we have had enough to live through that last attack? I didn't see how much we died by. It wasn't much. That might have been enough. So if I just not played that Bloodletting on the turn where we didn't need to play the Bloodletting, would I be alive? Actually, I think that's true. So the misplay is 100% at fault here. The Ironclad was annihilated by the Kin's superior strategy. True. Not incorrect. We go again. All right, Precise, Scissors, Lead, Paperweight, and Cursed Pearl. All could be reasonable choices. I feel like people hate the Cursed Pearl. I don't. I like money. So maybe could go through there. Ooh, I don't know. Extra elite, back-to-back elites. Is that asking too much out of the deck? I guess it's a nice runway at the very end, though, leading up to the Lagavulin Matriarch. Could also just remove a card. Remove a strike is totally fine. Lead Paperweight. There's good colorless cards. Colorless cards, they're pretty strong. I'm gonna go with Cursed Pearl. I like money. I'm a simple boy. I like money. Let's see. So what's optimal here? I wonder what it comes out to being the best play. If it's to block the 3 damage or to just attack him twice. Probably just attack him twice. I think I just take 3 here. Dealing that extra 6 feels good. Curses are just extra second wind fodder. Exactly. Exactly. Boy, I guess I just defend here. Ow. Twin Strike, Bloodletting, Rupture. Bloodletting a little less good with the Greed in the deck at the moment, but I'm still going to take it because it's a good card. Oh. Oh my god, we're a member! Well, alright. Cool. We're a member. We like card remove. We like Battle Trance with the deck in its current state. Support your local business. Now, Stampede, unlike Juggle, this is reasonable. This is a reasonable card. At the end of your turn, 1 random attack in your hand is played against a random enemy. This is a reasonable card. I'm not sure it gets added, but I'm not sure it doesn't. Hemo is nice for DPS, that's true. Hemokinesis also nice. Uppercut is also good. It's a block card. There will be a second shop, and it will be 2 easy hallway fights leading up to it. So I might save the gold. Yeah. Okay, it's Battle Trance. And Bloodletting, and then we've got 8 plus 9 plus 9. So 8 plus 18, that is enough to be lethal. So let's just kill. Disaster. Could maybe have killed the front one and then used a single block. Let's try to avoid playing that other... Okay, we'll see what happens with this draw. Battle Trains. I'm gonna grab an Iron Wave. I like it. It's handy. It's handy to have an all-in-one card sometimes. So let's do 17 to the front Corpse Slug. And then full block. And let's not quite kill him this turn. Not quite. Alright, that guy's attacking for 9. Hopefully we can kill him this turn. Nice. Alright, Anger, Breakthrough, Pommel Strike. I like Pommel Strike quite a bit. Breakthrough also, you know, AoE attack. We're going to be fighting 2 elites in a row. But Pommel Strike's got maybe more long-term potential, depending on what we find otherwise. So we're going to upgrade something here. And that something is either Bash or Pommel Strike. I think I like upgrading Pommel Strike. Enchant a strike or defend with Spiral. Let's do that. Pommel Strike, hello? Alright, we're a member. We can acquire the Rupture now. We do have a Bloodletting. Bloodwall is also okay to pick up. So let's grab the Rupture, card remove a strike. I'm looking at maybe Equilibrium, Bloodwall. Maybe should have removed a defend then. Honestly, it may not be ridiculous to do Pommel Strike, Bloodwall, Equilibrium. Second Pommel Strike does mean that as soon as we get a little bit of deck thinning, we could go infinite if we find a Hellraiser. I like that. And I think it's just like fine card to add. All right. So could pre-apply vulnerable here. I suppose if we fight The big giant eel, we'd rather still have this vulnerable pot. The next elite fight will either be that or the tentacles. Alright, let's do Rupture, Bloodletting. Battle Trance. Equilibrium. Iron Wave, Pommel Strike. So we can shuffle now, which is kind of bad. Isn't it? It's not awful, I guess. Could also just simply strike. I think I might do that. Put all that back in the draw pile. Okay, let's do both of those. Okay. We're really blocking. Oof. Alright, he's dead this turn. Mazaleth's Gift and a Juzu Bracelet. Inflame is here. Inflame probably good going into Lagavulin Matriarch. Could be good for the next elite fight too. Game Piece. Whenever you play a power, draw one card. Nice. It's a nice relic. All right, it's the Phantasmal Gardener. Probably going to use the Mazaleth's Gift. This fight's going to go on for a little while. Inflame and then both defends. Or would I rather play the Rupture, actually? So there's two sources of strength for us here in the Bloodletting and Bloodwall. I'm gonna do the Inflame. I guess forgot that was gonna draw us a card. Wasn't ready for that to happen. Alright, it's Battle Trance and Equilibrium. We'll hang on to the Bloodletting. So then probably just play the Iron Wave. And who to play it on? Maybe this one that's already buffed for strength. So we'll draw all 5. Let's play the Bloodwall and the Bloodletting, and then the Pommel Strike. All right, so they're hitting us for 21. So we'll play 1 defend, and then a strike on this guy who's buffing now and has lower hit points. All right, Rupture is here. We can kill this guy. So could just do Iron Wave Equilibrium. We take a little no damage. I like taking no damage. All right, let's Rupture. Bloodletting, Bloodwall probably, right? Because they're attacking for like a lot. So it can play 2 attacks and kill 1. Well, not this one. Or this one. I guess it could kill this one, though. So it's... Actually, can I do this. Block a little more. Ow. But maybe not ow? We're so strong. Okay. Blasted right through him. Another rupture? Sure. It's like we upgraded. Don't think about it too much. And let's rupture Blood Wall. Rupture seems like less of a meme in 2, given how many HP loss cards there are. Yeah, it is a little bit of a meme in Spire 1, isn't it? Like a little bit. It's like a baby meme. Okay. Always have to kill the fat gremlin. We're not letting him leave with our gold. Hell no. Drum of battle, fight me, feel no pain. Feel no pain. Feel no pain does nothing for us now, practically, except for Ascender's Bane block, but does replace itself drawing-wise with the game piece, and we're gonna want some exhaust because, well, we're not fools. You almost feel bad? I do. I mean, 2 goblins in a trench coat. The jokes write themselves. I'm gonna pick the Feel No Pain and maybe regret it, but still clicked on it. An event over Campfire? Or would I rather just upgrade a Rupture? Probably should just upgrade Rupture. It's gonna be hard to beat that. Ah! We can enchant something. Let's give a Power Swift 2. I guess the upgraded Rupture, because we're always going to play it when we see it. Pretty much always. Okay. And even though we only have 103 gold, we are a member. Let's go shopping. Recently saw a vid of Slay the Spire 2. Yes, YouTube feed. Only about Slay the Spire. Regent spamming monologue over and over until damage reaching over 1,000 was fun to see. You can do some ridiculous stuff. True Grit is here. We like True Grit. And we like card remove. We don't hate Stampede either. That remains true. How does the lighter work? Enchanted attacks deal 9 additional damage. So currently we have no enchanted attacks. We have a couple enchanted cards. Just had it in your run, couldn't figure it out. Yeah, so these things that like this little thing, this Swift on Rupture, that's one of the enchantments. So obviously only applying to attacks in this case, but But if you've got like a multi-attack that you've enchanted, this is pretty sweet. But it's pretty narrow to that specific condition, I think. All right, let's grab True Grit and a card remove. Get rid of a strike. Get out of here, strike. You're drunk, go home. And I don't think it's necessary to rest here. This could be insane, and I could be wrong, but I'm going to upgrade True Grit, and I think we can beat the Lagavulin Matriarch with these potions. We will probably end up using the Strength Pot, and possibly also the Vulnerable Potion. I'm just going to do that one now. Alright, let's play this Rupture. I guess let's True Grit the Greed first. Play this Rupture. I'd like to try to find the other Rupture. Might do Feel No Pain, Bloodletting, Battle Trance. Guess I can play one other card. Not that one. Oh, Inflame? I guess Inflame good too. We just want to get our powers in play. Interesting opportunity to open here with a Pommel Strike, but it's not that much damage because of his plating giving him his armor. I'm almost leaning towards doing the Equilibrium so we can do the Blood Wall at the start. Might be incorrect, but he loses his plating. And, well, he's a nerd. I do miss that there's not like a musical change when the Lagavulin Matriarch wakes up. There's like musical stingers for a lot of the things, but that one is missing one and it feels like it shouldn't be. I miss the from the original. It's very good. I guess I could have done the regular strike there instead of the... Doing some pretty big attacks though. Gonna kill him next turn. He sapped my strength. How cute. Alright. Adios, Lagavulin Matriarch. Barricade, Fiendfire, Demon Form. Fiendfire. Fiend Fire. Demon Form? No. We got Demon Form at home. We've got the Ruptures. Barricade? Nah. That's not what we're into. Fiendfire. Demon Form on boss fight is awesome? Nah. Fiendfire. Fiendfire is where it's at. Okay. Probably I'll go with Pale's Legion. These are some of my least favorite choices from Pale. Pale's Horn, it's just not enough block to compensate the cost. Pale's Tooth, I mean, it's fine. But Pale's Legion doubles block gain from a card, then goes to sleep for 2 turns. Honestly, that's pretty good. Alright, so we got an end of act shop there before we fight the Insatiable. We are a member, so we want to go shopping. Could maybe shop early on. Gold is maybe a smidge low for that. Might go through this way. I think this deck is okay at fighting the Act 2 elites. I guess this one being an elite right before the boss is maybe bad, but, you know, I don't know. We can always rest. Probably go with that. Probably go with that. Oh my. I think the opening here is just Feel No Pain, feeling Fiend Fire. But it could also just be Rupture, draw the cards, and then Fiend Fire to get a kill. Right, so if we draw the 2 cards, then we'll have 5 cards, which will then let us Fiend Fire that one. I suppose that's better. We could take the 2 shops on the right side. That's true. Shop plus fight is probably better than 2 question marks. I don't know. Is it? I'm not convinced. Alright, let's try to kill this guy. And we will. Pale's Legion. Block for us! He's so cute, too. Look at him blocking for us. Now he's tired. I guess I will draw now. Oh, okay, now we're good. I'm still of the mind that we want to avoid hallway fights. Basically, like, the non-elite hallway fights are just they're an absolute disaster. They're way harder than they have any right to be. Weirdly enough, the one people seem to complain the most about, the Hunter Killer, I think is one of the more reasonable ones. I guess it's Inflame, Defend, Defend. Probably not Feel No Pain. Well. Hey! Give that back! Let's do both strikes. Might be able to do a big Fiend Fire. Oh, will be doing a big Fiend Fire. Alright, let's make sure we still got some attack in the draw pile. Not much. Wonder if that means it's better to do like a Bloodletting Pommel Strike and then Fiend Fire. Let's see, because this is 4 times 8. Well, actually it'll be more, because it'll do, I think what it'll do is 4 damage for the first 5 cards, and then he'll fall, and then it'll do the, I think that's how this actually works. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's a higher damage number than it was advertising. Pale's Legion, defend us. Get out of here, nerd. And we'll take our equilibrium back. So we could grab an Iron Wave Plus or a Vicious. Or none of the above. I think I'll skip. Yeah, see, this is like a shop. Ironwave Pluff is a little tempting with the Legion. Yeah, a little bit. Anchor with 3 question marks. Oh, we're not a member there. Was that the full cost? All right, Exterminate. Actually, probably fine. We've got good strength scaling. We like a card that attacks everything. We have no AoE right now at all. Aha! Here, we are a member. Not that exciting of a shop, huh? We are a poor member. Or at least a member. Yeah, Breakthrough is okay. Alright, Breakthrough does gain us strength through our ruptures. And it's a nice AoE attack. I think I like card remove better. Yeah, bronze member, yeah. Okay. So I think these statuses do exhaust, if I recall correctly. So let's go with Feel No Pain as one of the cards for sure. And then I might just take 2. Plop, 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 plop. Yeah, they do exhaust. Okay, let's use the block potion. Oh no, shouldn't have done the block potion. I kind of forgot about Ascender's Bane also giving us. Yeah, that was maybe dumb. Alright, so Rupture and then Fiend Fire. See you later, nerd. I'm blocking. You're dying. Plop, 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 plop. Should be able to get a kill here. Yeah. Hemokinesis plus. Does hit for 19. Yeah, sure. All right, the Entomancer. He's already being mean. He always starts out being mean. Have you noticed this? Like attacking for 24? Attacking for 24 in round 1? That's like snake plant levels of bullshit. You can't do that. Should be illegal. Deciding if I want to do the Hemokinesis. We do have a Feel No Pain, so it's not like the statuses are that bad. Let's play the Rupture first, actually, because we're going to draw with the game piece. And then the Battle Trance. And let's just full block. Okay. Inflame, see what we draw. Feel no pain. Okay. And then we can Rupture Fiend Fire. We cannot. Well. Don't want to use the True Grit to get rid of Pale's Legion. I guess play nothing with the energy. Don't want to play any of these cards. Okay. Rupture. Battle Trance. Shucks. Didn't find our Fiend Fire. A boy can dream. So now we're just going to block a bunch. Pale's Legion. And let's just attack. Gain enough strength, I think we can pretty much finish him off. Once we find our Fiend Fire. Sir? There it is. Yep. And by pretty much finish him off, I mean like overkill. Gorget. Pretty nice. Howl from Beyond? Is that good? With the True Grit and the Fiend Fire and all the strength gain? Or is this a trap? Is this a scam or is this good here? Tia Silent. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, we're going to pronounce this Gorget. It's, you know, a lot of the French words that get anglicized. We pick our own pronunciation. I don't hate Whirlwind either. And I don't hate Shrug. The interesting thing about Howl from Beyond, so it says at the start of your turn plays from your exhaust pile. You know what's interesting about that? When it plays from your exhaust pile, you know where it goes? Your discard pile. Because it played. And it doesn't exhaust when played. I don't think it's good. I think I'm going to skip. Eternal Feather. So, let's see. Infested Prism, Decimillipede. I think the deck is actually fine against both of those. We're probably not going infinite, so we actually, with this kind of deck, with this kind of setup, do benefit quite a bit from relics. We've got pretty good ones right now already. This is the one we're least good at, you know, to be clear. So let's Equilibrium and then True Grit away the greed, I guess. Hang on to the Blood Wall for next turn. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use the Power Potion now. I should have done that earlier. Crimson Mantle, this will be good for us. Ooh. Should have done this in a different order. Kind of forgot about Game Piece. Won't be the last time. Want to play the Feel No Pain, but probably still just have to block with the Blood Wall. Could do Feel No Pain, then defend with the replay. But they are hitting us for, what, 16 plus 16? God, 32. God, that's so much damage! Okay. So we'll probably be able to take one out. Probably this first one. This one in front here. Maybe won't do it with the Fiend Fire, actually. Not yet. Guess we'll hang on to the Fiend Fire. For now. See what this draws. Exterminate. Exterminate starting to look pretty good already. All right, so Exterminate is 19 times 4? That's pretty good, huh? Stampede is here. Is Stampede good? I think Stampede is fine. There's a risk of Stampede grabbing Fiend Fire on a turn where we really don't want it to grab Fiend Fire. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. There's also a risk of me just completely forgetting that I have it and then making a terrible misplay. It could be fun. Let's see if that happens. All right, Happy Flower is going to give us an extra energy, which we like. So we could do Feel No Pain, trigger it away the Defend Stampede, and then play the Battle Trance. And at the end of our turn, we'll play an attack. We call it Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Le Beau Dieu. Let's play the Battle Trance, see what we draw. Alright, Exterminate is here. Let's see. Inflame and Hemokinesis will give how much strength? 2. Which will mean we'll do 5 damage 4 times. So still need to do... No, hold on. No, we'll do 2 from Inflame, 2 from Rupture. So this will actually go up to 7 damage 4 times. Which is still not quite enough because that's 28. Okay. Where's our third energy? Yeah, that's... Ah! Ah! Oh, right. The Shoot. With the game piece, I actually could have killed him. Not that it matters, but... Alright, let's... Oh. Stampede is going to make it so that we cannot pump up Happy Flower. Stampede has other thoughts in mind. I don't think the deck needs a second Feel No Pain. I think one is fine. I don't think the deck wants an Evil Eye either. I think we skip. Oh, fun. Let's see. Colorful Philosophers. Who do we want to get cards from? I actually don't know. Probably not Silent. Though, Silent has some pretty cute... So, like, one thing that could be cute about Silent is Shivs are actually pretty good for us. Souls can exhaust. I mean, yeah, that's the thing about Necrobinder. Souls can exhaust, but Shivs can exhaust and scale with strength. I'm gonna try Silent. I think last time I picked Necrobinder and maybe was a little disappointed. Piercing Wail I think is pretty good. Well-Laid Plans? Do we like After Image? Maybe not. Do we like Assassinate? I think we like Piercing Wail. Didn't get any Shiv anything. Even though I think Shivs are like kind of bad, which I'll demonstrate when I play Silent. Which maybe will be tomorrow, we'll see. You like plans and skip the rare? Assassinate is not a bad option since it's free. Yeah, it's free, but it also goes into our opening hand. Now, the one thing that's nice about Assassinate is we do have the Gorget, or whatever, Gorge? Gorge? We have the Gorget. We have this thing. We also have the Anchor question mark. So we've already got block pretty well settled, making the Assassinate like more reasonable to have in the opening hand. But like, it's not that good. The problem is that it's a card, right? It's a card that isn't one of our other cards. Yeah, exactly. We just want to play powers in the first few turns. Exactly. Well-Laid Plans does play through with the game piece. Yeah, Assassinate gets in the way. Exactly. Card economy is a big deal. I'm trying to think like what we would want to hold with the Well-Laid Plans. And I don't know that there's like that much that we care about keeping in the hand instead of playing it. Right, like if we had a feed. Fiendfire? Yeah, Fiendfire. That's the only one that sticks out to me though. It becomes a little trickier with Stampede. Maybe block for Legion. True. Yeah. We might hang on to like Bloodwall for Pale's Legion's turn. Maybe a True Grit if we know the enemy's going to put statuses directly in our hand. I don't know. It's like okay. It's not... I might just skip. I think it's fine, but I don't think it gives that much. Second Wind is here. We like Second Wind. Second Wind makes me kind of wish. Well, it's too late now. We also like Spite. This goes well with the we're losing health sort of thing. So I'm just going to pick that up. And probably a potion. And maybe Power Pot? Or Vulnerable Potion. Let's go with the Vulnerable Potion. All right, the Infested Prism is here. So let's Stampede and Battle Trance, see what we find. So we can play an attack to gain energy, if we desire. But I could just Second Wind away all of that nonsense. Spite, Second Wind, and Strike. Thanks, Stampede. Alright, let's play this Rupture. Play the Pommel Strike. And maybe Equilibrium Piercing Wail. That'll bring us down to 5. Oh. Why did I think I had more energy than I had? Well, that's still fine. Oh, right. I guess we play one. Told you I'd forget. All right, Rupture, Bloodletting. Piercing Wail is here now on a much better turn. Fiendfire is here. I guess we don't need to Piercing Wail anymore, huh? Oh. Why did I think that would be enough to be lethal? I just sort of assumed. Well. Take 7 because I'm foolish. Yeah, Potion Belt. And I think this is a skip. No need for any of these. And, you know, because of this Eternal Feather, I don't think we need to rest. Could upgrade. Upgrading Fiendfire seems alright here. Yeah, we do get a potion from resting, right? We've got the slot for it. I think this deck kills the Insatiable, though. I'm pretty sure that's true. Stampede upgrade? Could do the Stampede upgrade. Stampede upgrade's not bad. I almost don't mind the Bloodletting upgrade. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Bloodletting. Also, mana. This is not Magic the Gathering. This is energy. Come on. Come on. And I think this is a fight where I'm going to use the Vulnerable Potion and just do it before the bash. And then pass the turn. We'll keep our Pale's Legion for when he actually attacks. Not going to use the Fiend Fire there. He's cooked, chat? The player or the Insatiable? Don't need to play a block here. The player? Oh, I don't think so. Alright, so we'll do our other Rupture. Alright, didn't find a better block. I guess we just block here. Okay, Stampede is here. So probably Rupture. And Stampede, play the Spite. Alright, Fiend Fire's here, but it's still not that big. Need to pump it up a bit. Defend a block for 10. So maybe Hemo Defend, maybe even the Frantic Escape. Okay. Glad that it didn't grab the Fiend Fire there. We're not quite ready for it. And let's do our Inflame, see what we draw. Pommel Strike. Battle Trance, see what we draw. Alright. Have our Pale's Legion. Oh no, he's sleeping. He's tired. He's just a flat blob. Don't want to second wind away all of our Frantic Escapes, huh? Probably shouldn't do that. Is that literally all of them? No, there's one more down there. Sucks that we drew them all right now. It's just a really bad time for it. We have 3 turns to kill him. Is that enough? It might be. Bloodletting and Bloodwall in the draw pile. So if we do play the second wind, yeah, we gain 30 block. I worry that there's still just a little bit too much garbage here. Yeah, 2 turns really plus Spite, right? Yeah, I think it's incorrect. Beyond just optimistic. I think it's gotta play one of the Frantic Escapes. It's a really bad draw. Yeah, that's bad. At least this one will get played for free, because that matters to us. Damn! Damn. Killed again by the Insatiable. Wasn't quite enough. Plonk. Well, 2 and 2. The Spire claims another. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. I am back. I guess we may have needed the nap. Yeah, I think so. Oops. I always click settings for some reason. Because what did I upgrade? Bloodletting? Yeah, should have just taken the nap. Nap would have given us an extra potion too. And yeah, you were making it look so easy in the first half of the stream. First half of the stream was easy. And I agree. Insatiable does feel like the hardest of the Act 2 bosses. Certainly does. Certainly, I think the Insatiable is claimed more. It's one of those that, like, on its surface, I feel like maybe shouldn't feel as hard as the others, but that's obviously, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Insatiable has claimed more characters than any other Act 2 boss, for sure. I think the statuses are... It's not just that you have to play them, it's that they clog up your draw in a way that just ruins the smoothness of your turns. Yeah, having to waste so much energy is deceptively punishing, and the draw. Exactly. And like, you can, and often will, draw them and be forced to play them on the turn when the Insatiable is attacking. And it just requires such a big HP buffer. Certainly should have rested there. I think that's a nice lesson learned though. Otherwise, I kind of liked what was going on here. I thought that was pretty cool with the two ruptures in the deck. Very different from, you know, the degenerate ones where it was just like, yeah, we can go into our infinite. All right, let's run one more. You know, Slurgy and the Spire, we are tied 2-2. Let's see how this goes. All right, so we're in Overgrowth. I see a nice early path that I like. Ooh, I like where this is going here. This is beautiful. That's scrumptious. Ceremonial Beast, I think, is one of the easier act bosses. Obtain a random rare, remove one card, or transform one, strike, and defend. Did a random rare card for the very first run. We got Brand. There's an awful lot of rares. 26 rares. Let's get rid of the multiplayer cards. I guess 25. They're pretty good ones, for the most part. Some of them are a bit of a whiff. But not that many. They're pretty good. Realistically, transforming a strike and defend is probably more correct. But I'm going to roll the bones. Impervious. An old standby. Nothing wrong with that. Fine with an impervious. It's just a card that says block for big number. And enemies hit hard. Sometimes all you need is to just block for big number. Enemy make big number, we make even bigger number. All right, nice clean first fight. Not the most exciting first cards to choose from. Yeah, why make little number when big number will do? Right, exactly. I don't like making number that is small. I like making number that is large. I'm gonna grab Havoc. We'll try it. So we could either give Slither to Bash or transform a strike into Toric Toughness. Partial to a Havoc Plus. I like a Havoc Plus. Shop. Question mark was a shop. Kind of a boring shop. Forgotten Ritual. Have an Impervious and a Havoc in hand. It's an entry into infinite territory. It is. We like that entry. Let's choose 2 of 8 random common cards to add to the deck. There's a lot of common cards here that could be good. Our old friend Pommel Strike is here. We actually, if we can strategically Havoc and get the deck thin enough, Pommel Strike Shrug. Once the Pommel Strike is upgraded, Forgotten Ritual can be infinite. I like Pommel Strike. I guess I'm not sure about the Shrug. I could be convinced to do something different too. Bloodletting is fine. Even honestly, Armaments is fine. Armaments before a Campfire, and then we just upgraded it. And I think that's not bad. Shrug is definitely fine here, but I'm just barely leaning towards the armaments. Yeah, I don't like second mana cost as much as the first. Agreed. Agreed. I don't think we need the bloodletting. Does nothing towards an infinite, but you kind of like breakthrough. I like breakthrough fine as like a... Sometimes you just want AoE attacks card. I'm gonna go with armaments. I'm gonna go with the armaments. Havoc, what you got? It was a strike. Pretty risky click, actually. Ugh. Take 3. Let's armaments the Havoc. Bash Havoc. Strike. Okay. Inferno is here. Still like Inferno just fine. Inferno has AoE, which we may want. We like AoE. AoE damage. We need like one source of AoE damage. Still gonna upgrade the armaments, I think. Honorable mention for Havoc and Inferno. Plop. And I might bash defend. Look at all this energy we have. Okay. Bludgeon. Sometimes you just need to bludge. Let's grab a bludgeon and upgrade. Inferno or Havoc, maybe Toric Toughness. We'll get 2 upgrades. Would a Relic inform any of them? Maybe, but I don't know. Let's go with Inferno. Mercury Hourglass. More AoE. And then I'm kind of partial to upgrading Toric Toughness. Either that or the Bludgeon. Nah, Bludgeon. 42 is a big number. Good. Only drew a strike. That's one of the most depressing things, is when like this specific combo, very common in Slay the Spire 1. Same situation, you have a bash and a pommel strike. You know from a damage perspective, the correct way to do it is bash pommel strike. And so you're gonna do it that way, but you're gonna expend all your energy. And then you might draw something real delicious. And then you know you can't play it until your shuffle. Tale as old as time. All right, let's play the Inferno and then 2 strikes. I think that's better than the 3 strikes. Shall we begin? I'm not ready yet. All right, let's armaments. I guess I'm gonna Impervious then Havoc. Oh. Come on, the Bludgeon was right there. Thinking about using the skill pot. I guess Evil Eye. Just saves 8 hit points. Damn. Second wind is here. Okay. Second wind is here. Second wind is here. Team, we found a second wind. Second wind. Good card. Played that Forgotten Ritual for the tuning fork, even though, yeah. Second wind, more like third wind. That's the spirit. So gonna play the Toric Toughness, and I guess the second wind. Second winding Impervious feels weird. But I think correct. Okay, good. I was gonna say, don't draw Bludgeon. Because we need our Bludgeon now. Because of Plap Plap and Slam. Don't need any of these. I mean, Rupture is fine, but not needed. This is a skip. All right, so if we can strategically exhaust down such that we have Forgotten Ritual, an upgraded Pommel Strike, and anything that can draw one card, we have an infinite. Pillage and Shrug both get us there. Pillage probably gets us there more smoothly, more quickly. Because it can just draw more on the way there. So I think I like Pillage here. Better than the card remove. Whoa. And Potion for boss fight, or maybe don't need. Pillage also doesn't have to worry about second wind. True. Very true. Forgotten Ritual does. I'm gonna grab a Swift Pot, and then I think we can upgrade at the campfire, which I would like to do, assuming we don't take a billion damage here, which, you know. I guess I'm gonna second win the Impervious again. God, that feels so bad. Second winding away an Impervious. It feels like a crime. Like, that feels illegal. Damn. Alright, have our tuning fork on 9. Attack potion. I think I still leave these 2 potions. Now I feel bad about buying that potion. Oh well. Tink, tink, tink. Bludgeon or Inferno Bash? I guess Inferno Bash. don't know. It's a pretty big bludgeon. Alright, so we can Havoc, then Forgotten Ritual. Which lets us Second Wind, Strike. Could also do a Draw Potion. Let's do that. Plop. Armaments, Second Wind, Pillage. See you later, Toric Toughness. So we can just bludgeon him to get him past his threshold. Alright. Let's Pummel Strike, see what we find. We maybe wanted that Impervious is the thing. Well. We'll have some ringing in our ears. I guess Second Wind. So let's Pillage to grab the Forgotten Ritual. Havoc the Strike. Forgotten Ritual. Honestly, we can Havoc the Forgotten Ritual here, and I think the fight's pretty much over. But I guess I can also just replay it. Maybe I'd rather replay it and get more of that energy. And now we could Havoc and kind of not care what it hits. Okay, that's fine. Because if we bash Bludgeon, the fight's just over. The fight is not quite over. Now the fight is over. That stupid random rare run died to test subject in phase 3. Kinda almost made it. Hey. Yeah, phase 3. You got a lot of hit points. Is this a skip? I hate that the answer is so often skip here. Conflagration is like alright, but I think we've got AoE in a good enough state with Inferno and Tuning Fork. Barricade is like okay. Tear Asunder, I think this is just a skip. Barricade is a win con if you can't go infinite. Yeah, but we can. We already have an infinite setup. It can be a little awkward to set up. So Barricade could make it a little bit smoother on the way there. Right, we do have like an Impervious, Toric Toughness, Second Wind. We've got some big block. There's no Time Wizard to keep us from going infinite. Yeah, just the demons in the shuffler. Yeah, I think it's a skip. All right. Orobas, the living rainbow. Prismatic gem? This is so cute. I don't think I've even seen this. An energy at the start of each turn is pretty legit though. And there's card draw in every card pool. Okay, I don't know that this is smart. This is not about trying to win. This is about trying to see how this goes in practice. I really want to see how the prismatic gem goes. I mean, I think it's actually like a good choice too, to be clear. Like I'm not like trolling here by taking it. The energy is good. Like the deck likes energy. And we don't really need card rewards to win. I mean, we kind of do. We want card draw, but card draw is found in every, you know, every character in some form. I think it's fun. I'm gonna try it. And I think I'm gonna stick with the path I drew there. Can't imagine deviating from that one. Now we can't bludgeon an exoskeleton as much as we may want to. And I'm gonna, I guess, get more tuning fork. Who needs a win condition when there's a fun condition? Exactly. Take 3 here. Okay, let's just defend, I think. Havoc. Hit a defend. Oh, I guess that was our tuning fork play. Yeah, it was gonna happen that way regardless. Guess we don't need to play the Inferno. Take 6. Let's build up our tuning fork a little. And then plop, get him with the Mercury Hourglass. Blood potion, sure. Let's get rid of attack potion. Look at how chaotic this is. We could do 5 damage to a random enemy X times, where X is the number of stars that we have. We don't want these. The future of potions. I mean, I don't think we want any of these, but I'm gonna click this one because we can skip. Oh, I guess it is still from all card pools, huh? See, here's our way we could have started generating stars. No, this is just a skip. Just lost our potion for no reason. Kind of scammed. All right, Toric Toughness and Impervious. Yeah, apparently blood potion is common, I guess. That was news to me as well. All right, Havoc. Cool. Skip. Enchant a card with perfect fit. Could go to a shop if we go this way. We need to remove normality if we grab it, but card removes feel pretty good. If Pommel is perfect fit, I like where this is going. You're saying pillage and make sure we can grab Forgotten Ritual that way? Is that what you're thinking? The thing is I think we don't need to do that anyway. Because we can always do, for example, like with these three, the way we would set it up is we would do, let's say all three are in hand, right? We play Pillage, then Forgotten Ritual, Pommel Strike. Then the Pillage, Forgotten Ritual, Pommel Strike. Pillage, Forgotten Ritual, Pommel... Like, as long as we always do it in that order, we're fine. So I don't think the perfect fit actually matters. We can set this up, and as long as we do it in that order, very specifically, where the Pommel Strike is grabbing both, and the Pillage only grabs the Pommel Strike, interestingly enough. Since it could draw multiple, but that's how we would do it. So we don't actually need the perfect fit. If anything, I was thinking of doing perfect fit on the Forgotten Ritual, so that on the shuffle, we make sure Havoc can't hit it. But Havoc could maybe hit these anyway. So I'm kind of thinking maybe just remove, and then we head towards the shop. Normality kind of bad. But getting rid of strikes seems good. We will have to go into an elite, but, you know, it's alright. Ooh, cannot get rid of Second Wind. We can get rid of a defend, though. That's fine. I don't mind bridges. Alright, Bash Bludgeon. Take 1 billion damage, but deal 1 billion damage? Let's see what Pommel Strike hits. See what Havoc hits. Oh, brilliant. See what Pillage hits. Impervious Inferno. Ow. Do have the blood potion. No. It's fine. Okay, got good damage in. Okay, should be able to finish him here with just a bludgeon. Plop. Defy, unironically, maybe a good add to the deck. Even though it's not card draw. It's one that we can easily just not play. And the weak is good. Weak and block. Self-exhaust as we need it. I think it's just such a good card. Red Mask, speaking of weak being good. Alright, let's... Ooh. Probably bash, torque, toughness. No, I don't know. Maybe keeping him weak one more turn is better. Well, or maybe it won't matter. Alright, do I just bludgeon the Paraphrite? Or do I bludgeon him? Yeah, maybe that. And we've got the blood potion if we need it. Impervious still not full block. They're hitting for an awful lot of... a big number. Okay, let's just get out of here. Skip. Alright, we're here at a store. So we're gonna remove a normality. Do have a Hellraiser here. But removing the normality is more important. Flash of Steel is here. Another Pommel Strike is here. Flash seems fine, but not really necessary. The only thing that's nice about Flash of Steel is that if we accidentally Havoc away one of these, Pommel and Flash are the exact same money? Oh, to get both is exact money? Oh, interesting. And we do have extra energy, right? The 4 energy makes taking both of these actually not that unreasonable. No, we don't want both of them because that's going to be too many cards. No, I guess it's not. Once we're second winded down. Maybe I don't hate that. Pommel plus plot would be reasonable too. Yeah, Pommel plus plot would be reasonable too. I don't hate grabbing both. It was exact. It was meant to be. And I'm gonna go here and yeah, it will force an upgrade, yeah, eventually. And I'm gonna rest here though. And we'll fight an elite. Ugh. Why am I doing this? You know, actually I should have done the pommel strike to this guy and then killed him. I would have just straight up been better. That was dumb. So we get Impervious, Forgotten Ritual, Pommel Strike. Might let Defy just fall off. Because we're getting hit for 16 plus 16, so that's 32. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of Second Wind, I guess. Plop. I guess better to just block than bludgeon that guy down. My draw pile is empty. Okay. Skim? We like a skim. Skim we will take. We like a skim a lot, actually. Skim is very good. Alright, now we're getting hit for 1 billion. Let's attack the bullbug in the back. Let's play the skim. Alright. Defy is here. And then I'm just gonna Second Wind. I don't know about losing the Inferno, but hopefully it'll be okay. Okay. Armaments and then pommel strike this fella. Skim and Second Wind because it's fun. Okay. Just building up the tuning fork a little. White noise? So, if assuming this works like Slay the Spire 1's Prismatic Shard, this will give you Ironclad powers. No, we don't need these. These are all dumb. All right, let's rest because this guy's mean to us. White noise does turn on ritual. True. I mean, that's true. All right, Havoc, see what we find. Sure. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do this now because this fight's a disaster. Okay, Pommel Strike. You know, the art on this enemy is really cool. Reminds you of the best picture of the 20th century, the one with Kevin Bacon? Yeah, that one. Waterworld? Okay, let's do Defend Inferno, Frantic Escape. Tremors? Nah, let's go with Waterworld. Tremors is a good movie though. And I'm gonna play the Defy. God, Forgotten Ritual. Come on, you can do better than this. Okay, let's play one of these Frantic Escapes. Feeling a lot better about this one. So we're gonna play these Frantic Escapes, but I'm not gonna put them in the draw pile. Or maybe I play one of them. I might do Bash, Frantic Escape, Second Wind. I don't know, maybe it's okay to just Second Wind it. I guess I better not. No! Come on! Again? Are you shitting me? Did we have it if we strike last turn? Yeah, we would. Didn't expect to draw this hand though, obviously. It's not like this was predictable. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a ridiculous draw. Again. Wow. Well. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. That is not what I expected. That was a ridiculous draw. I don't think I misplayed the turn before. I mean, that's not... I'm not like, oh yeah, I'll have lethal if I draw the bludgeon on a turn where I should more likely have block and draw and stuff. Yeah, the Insatiable is eating good tonight. The Insatiable is eating good tonight. That was a ridiculous draw. I'm glad I chose to use the fish oil, right? I do think there was kind of a lesson learned from the previous one. It's still hungry, if you can believe it. 2 Ironclads is not enough. Well, we won 2, we lost 3. So it goes. And that's the Ironclad. You can see quite a pattern. In the 2 victories, what did they have in common? Degeneracy. Degeneracy that was unlocked early. Though I think these last 2, both were winnable runs. This one through eventual degeneracy. The one before it through just like good cards and lots of strength scaling. And this one was a misplay in that final fight against the Kin, where I played Bloodletting on a turn when didn't need to, and it was just enough HP to lose. So I think, you know, between genuinely bad luck and the misplay, what I see here are potentially 5 wins. 2 of them due to bad luck. At least this one due to bad luck, the one before maybe not resting and not leaving room for the luck. And I'm sure maybe I could just still prepare more for the Insatiable so that we are ready for the bad luck. Certainly it's an enemy you don't want to underestimate, that's for sure. But in any case, I think it's a good place to call it. Tomorrow I'll be back with probably Silent. Either Silent or Regent. Having a small deck that tries to go infinite is a risk versus him. It can be. However, if you're able to still purge those status cards and go infinite, as long as you're able to do it and truly do the infinite stuff, I think you're in good shape. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Jorbs. That's where I'm gonna be hanging out in the background while I guess lick my wounds and call it a night. So that's where I'm gonna call it for the evening. So all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.